Brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines it in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A 2-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Govs a 9-7 lead.
Your baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance, Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That will be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine rounds second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will
Your
slide
baseball
in.
is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a 2-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Koenig, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base hit up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away to the backstop. Deal will come in to score, and the Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director John Winkler.
And a good afternoon as we welcome you here to Clock Field in Huron as the Pierre Governors will look for wins 9 and 10 in a row against the Huron Tigers as the Govs now sit at 10-4 in the season, 8-4 in South Dakota play, and take on the Huron Tigers who have lost 9 straight coming into this contest as they are 1-9 on the year. They did beat Spearfish in the opening game of the season, but then have lost the last 9 games in a row. And the Govs, on the other hand, they were 2-4 just last week Monday, after the 2 weeks ago Monday when they lost to Mitchell, but have now won 8 straight and are 10-4 on the season, including 2 North Dakota victories, so 8-4 overall in South Dakota play as we are past the halfway point of this regular season and moving into the second half of the regular season. Just a couple of weeks left to go before we get to the end of this. We're less than a month away before the regional round and the best 2 of 3 to try and get to that state tournament. And the Governors right now sitting inside the top 8, so they would host if the season ends today, but they still got to get those wins. And it does start here today against the Huron Tigers before Spearfish and Rapid City Central come to town on Friday and Saturday coming up here this weekend. Governors will start with Bryson Wallman on the mound here in game number 1. The Huron Tigers will go with Nolan Staley as they are looking to try and stop this 9-game winning streak. And for Staley, he is their ace by innings pitched to this point, and he's looking after pitching last Thursday against Mitchell and just a 2-1 loss in a walk-off double for Mitchell. So he threw really, really well, and the Govs will still have to be able to hit the ball well and do what they did this past Sunday, just a couple days ago, 2 days ago, where the Govs turned 3 double plays in game number 2. They were excellent in the field. They were able to turn a double play in the 6th and 7th inning to win a 2-1 game against Brookings. They won 4-1 in game number 1, and two great games of pitching, but 2 really good games of defensive play for the Governors help win those games for Pierre over Brookings. And now they're finding ways to win all over the field, whether it is by hitting and scoring a lot of runs. They scored 29 runs against Aberdeen in those 2 wins. Then they come around and score just 6 runs in 2 games against Brookings, but hold them to just 2 runs in those 2 games and do so with good pitching, but also good defense as well. And this Pierre Governor team now at 10-4, again, they've been able to mix and match their lineup with a lot of different guys in and out of the lineup, and they've been able to still be consistent throughout this first part of the season, now 14 games in, 12 games into the South Dakota season, and they take on the Huron Tigers here this evening in a doubleheader before then returning home on Friday and Saturday when the Govs will take on the Spearfish Spartans and the Rapid City Central Cobblers, both at home at Hyde Stadium, and what will be much cooler than it is today. It's a nice warm Tuesday evening here on Huron. Just a couple of years ago, we had snow falling in the doubleheader against the Huron Tigers. There is no threat of snow at all. It's going to be a nice warm evening here at Clock Field. They are doing work on Memorial Field, so we're not playing over at the Memorial Field. This is the only place that the Governors and Post State has played in the last since I've been here since 2019. But the Governors take on this Huron Tigers team. We'll take a break. We'll come back in 3 minutes. We'll go through the lineups for each of these two teams coming up in just a little bit. Back in 3 minutes here on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
As we welcome you back, we continue here our pregame show, the Pierre Governors and the Huron Tigers, as we look at our starting lineups first, and we'll put both teams up on the video for you on KCCR Sports on YouTube. We first look at the Pierre Governor batting order. They are led off by Carter Shuffleby, the shortstop, Porter Hunsley, the center fielder, batting second. Sunshine will bat third. He is the catcher here in game number one. Trip Lindenkugel, the third baseman, will bat fourth. Parker O'Brien, the left fielder, batting fifth. Will Eiler is the DH, batting sixth. Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, batting 7th. Hudson Stoescher, the second baseman, batting 8th. And Will Danberg rounds out the batting order, batting 9th for the Governors. For the Huron Tigers, Oakley Anderson will lead things off. He is the catcher here in game number 1. Parker Bischoff is batting 2nd, the shortstop. Cooper Bischoff, the second baseman, will bat 3rd. Zach Shear, the DH, will bat in the cleanup spot. Tommy Martin is batting 3rd. He's makes that the 5th. He's the third baseman. CJ Siegschlag will be the right fielder, batting 6th. Jackson Ford, the center fielder, batting 7th. Sean James, the first baseman, will bat 8th. And Chase Schuchart will round out the order. He is the left fielder in game 1. Then doing the pitching will be Nolan Staley. We mentioned Bryson Wallman is the starting pitcher for the Pierre Governors here in game 1 of our doubleheader. And again, a couple weeks ago, it was the Governors that were playing Monday and then playing Friday and Saturday. So anybody that pitched Monday would be available to pitch on Saturday. Now we're playing Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. So if you throw over 80 pitches today, you won't be available on Saturday to pitch. So it'll only be just it'll only be for the Governors, anybody that stays under 80 pitches could come back maybe Friday, but maybe Saturday as well. Anybody over, you think maybe they'll end up going the 105 or close to it by the time it's all said and done. But Bryce Wallman will get the start for this Governor team. This will be his first appearance on the mound. So far, just one plate appearance overall when he with a run scored on the offensive, 0 for 1 in his one at-bat. But he did score a run so far on the season. Make that an RBI. He had an RBI on his one at-bat. But Wallman will make his varsity debut on the mound coming up here in the bottom of the first. But the Governors will come to the plate coming up here in just a moment as the teams are now being, the coaches are exchanging lineup cards, and we're getting set for baseball between the Pierre Governors and the Huron Tigers. We'll take one more break here. We'll come back in 4 minutes with first pitch between Pierre and Huron. Back in 4 minutes on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry, from commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades. Our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
As we welcome you back, we are sent for first pitch between the Pierre Governors and the Huron Tigers on this Tuesday evening nearly, as we are closing in at 5 o'clock at KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station. And again, that starting lineup, as we'll pull that up again here for the Pierre Governors. Carter Schuffelbein will lead things off. He's the shortstop, followed by Porter Hunsley, the center fielder. Sutton Sunshine, the catcher, will bat third. Linda Kugel, the third baseman, will bat fourth. Parker O'Brien, the left fielder, batting fifth. Will Eilers, the DH, batting sixth. Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, batting seventh. Hudson Stosher, the second baseman, batting eighth. And Will Danberg rounds out the order. He is the number 9 man playing right field in this first game. As it will be Bryson Wallman on the mound for the Pierre Governors. And they will go against Nolan Staley, who has thrown 17 innings so far. This will be his 5th starts, all being his appearances have all been starts. He is 1-3 on the season, does have the 1 win for the Huron Tigers. He is giving up 23 hits, 16 runs, but only 7 of those have been earned. 7 walks, 11 strikeouts, the ERA at 2.88. The whip at 1.77, batting average against at 295. So he has been their best pitcher for the Huron Tigers, and has shown. And this Huron Tiger team, if they can play good defense today, they're going to find themselves in this ball game, especially in game number 1. But going forward, I mean, that's any team would say that, but especially for Huron, who right now they've given up 86 runs, but only 56 of those have been earned. So 30 unearned runs against the Huron Tigers so far in 10 games. That's not where you want to be overall in the course of a part of the season, having those many unearned runs. As Carter Schuffelbein will step to the plate, we are ready to go here from the Clock Field on this Tuesday evening. Glad you're with us on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Schuffelbein digs in. The first pitch here from Staley comes in, and that'll be taken for strike 1. And first pitch right at 4:59 here this evening. Here's the 0-1 from Staley to Schuffelbein. Ground ball that is going to be fouled on the third base line, and is quickly 0-2 here to Schuffelbein. Carter Schuffelbein comes in hitting 500 on the season. 4 doubles, 2 triples, 6 runs driven in. and had that leadoff spot every game that he has played so far. Line shot, that is right into the glove of Tommy Martin. And the leadoff man retired here at the top of the first inning.
Number 4, Porter Hunsley.
Good piece of hitting there from Carter Shufflebine, but first out as Martin makes the catch and the stab over there at third base, and it brings up Porter Hunsley, the center fielder. He's hitting .324 on the season, just one extra base hit, a double. 6 runs driven in, though, for Hunsley. As Nolan Staley will deliver the first pitch here to Hunsley. That one will miss low for ball 1. Governors hitting .279 as a team coming in here to this doubleheader. Here's the 1-0 to Hunsley. That one's down the middle for a strike, and even at a ball and a strike to the number 2 man, Porter Hunsley, who threw on Sunday 2 different games. He threw in both games, got the picked up 2 really good outings. Here's a ground ball over to Martin at third. He's able to field on the backhand, but it was still on the, did not turn the glove over, but he didn't field the ball cleanly. And Martin will fire out to first, and there's now 2 down here with nobody on. And it brings up Sutton Sonnenschein. 2 really good plays by Tommy Martin over at third base. And it's 2 quickly down here in the top of the first inning for the Pierre Governors. And we'll bring up Sutton Sonnenschein to the plate. First pitch to him, that one's fouled straight back to the netting. And the count's 0-1. Sonnenschein hitting .262, does have a double, 3 triples, and 12 runs driven in. He leads the team with those 12 RBIs. Parker O'Brien second with 10. Ground ball over towards the third base coaching box again. And the count is now 0-2. And Nolan Staley a strike away from having a quick top of the first inning here. Clock Field on a beautiful Tuesday evening here in Huron. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one will miss low. Good take there from Sonnenschein. The count's now 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from Nolan Staley. Line shot off the glove of Martin this time. Couldn't make all 3 plays. And it will be a man on base here with 2 away.
To the third baseman.
And so after 2 hard hit balls over to third, a third one came over to Tommy Martin, but he did not make the play that time. And so now there is a runner on at first. Here with 2 away, and it will bring up Trip Lindekugel, the DH, as we do have a courtesy runner for Sutton Sonnenschein. We'll see how that's scored. If it'll be a base hit or not for Sonnenschein. Here's the first pitch to Lindekugel. Runner takes off. Ground ball right through the hole on the right side for a base hit. It'll be off the right fielder and on the way to third. Jaron Deal, who's running for Sonnenschein. He was stealing on the pitch. Lindekugel hit it right where they weren't, and it's now first and third with 2 outs. And after the 2-out error will be officially charged to Tommy Martin, a base hit for Lindekugel, and it's now first and third, and Parker O'Brien's got a chance to get the Govs on top here in the top of the first inning. Parker O'Brien, 10 runs driven in, second on the team. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. O'Brien hitting .302, 1 double so far. Those 10 RBIs and another 2-out RBI chances. 5 of the 10 RBIs have come with 2 outs. Here's a floater to center field. That will drop in for a base hit, and the Govs will take the lead 1-0. 11th RBI of the season for O'Brien. 6th 2-out RBI of the year for O'Brien. And the Govs lead it 1-0 here in the top of the first inning. They were able to make that 2-out error hurt, an unearned run again against the Huron Tigers. And it's now Will Eilers to the plate. First pitch, ground ball to the right side. That's going to get through for a base hit. Lindekugel will try and come in to score. Is bobbled out in right field, and he will come in to score easily. And it's a 2-0 lead, and an RBI single for Will Eilers to the right side of the field. And the Govs now lead it 2-0.
Brings in another run, making it 2-0.
First pitch swinging for Eilers.
Bridger Babcock.
And it's now Bridger Babcock to the plate, and he still has a man in score position, only 90 feet away. for Will Eilers. That was his 7th RBI. Make that his 3rd RBI of the season. And another unearned run against Nolan Staley. Runner takes off, ground ball right over to the first baseman, fielded by James. He'll step on the bag at first, and that will retire the side here in the top of the first inning. But 2 runs score on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. 2-0 lead for Pierre at the end of the first inning, heading to the bottom of the first. 2-0 for the Governors over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the first and a 2-0 lead in the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard as we look at the starting lineup for the Huron Tigers. Oakley Anderson will lead things off. He's the catcher. Parker Bischoff batting second, the shortstop. Cooper Bischoff, the second baseman, batting third. Zach Shear, the DH, is batting fourth. Tommy Martin, who was busy in that first inning, is batting fifth and playing third base. CJ Seachlag, the right fielder, is batting sixth. Jackson Ford, the center fielder, batting seventh. Sean James, the first baseman, batting eighth, and Chase Schuhart, the left fielder, is batting ninth, as it will be Oakley Anderson to step to the plate to get us started here in the bottom of the first as they go against Bryson Wallman, who's making his varsity debut on the mound. As the right-hander will work from the stretch to begin the outing as the first pitch is high and outside for ball one. So everything's a first for him here for Bryson Wallman. First outing, first opportunity to pitch here in the varsity ranks. That one's fouled back by Anderson. The count's now 1-1. Oakley Anderson hitting .240 to start the season, a double and a triple. No RBIs yet, only 11 RBIs in 10 games with a total of 20 runs scored so far in the season for Huron. This will be popped foul out of play on the left side behind home plate, and the count's now 1-2 to Oakley Anderson. Oakley Anderson and then Parker and Cooper Bischoff here in the bottom of the first. Pierre with 2 runs scored, both unearned runs against Huron after Martin gets charged with the error on that line shot by Sunshine. That pitch will be upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. Here to the leadoff man in the bottom of the first inning. Bryson Wallman with a 2-0 lead to work with here in his first outing. 2-2. That one just misses upstairs, and the count's now 3-2. Not a bad pitch there from Wallman. Close take for Anderson, but the lefty will dig back in with now a full count. With the leadoff man here in the bottom of the first. 3-2 pitch. That'll be taken outside for ball four. And the leadoff man is on base to kick off the bottom of the first inning, and it brings up Parker Bischoff, the shortstop, here for the Huron Tigers. Parker Bischoff, 176 batting average. Does have a double and 1 run driven in. Team lead is Schuhart, as well as also Tommy Martin. Those are the 2 guys that have 3 RBIs each that lead the team so far. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. As a team, a 193 batting average. And an OPS of 504 for the Huron Tigers. On the other side, that's a 754 OPS. The runner takes off. Pitch will be high. The throw is low to the ground. The tag applied. They got him out. Throwing him out is Sunshine to Carter Shufflebine. And there's one down and nobody on now here in the bottom of the first inning.
With the first out of the
As
inning.
the count's now 2-0, I believe, here to Parker Bischoff, the shortstop. But what a throw from Sonnenschein, just barely over the top of the head of the ducking Bryson Wallman. And it skipped in to Shufflebine, who had the quick snag and tag. And there's now one down here in the bottom of the first. That is the 9th man that has been thrown out trying to steal on Sonnenschein this season. Here's a 2-0 count from Wallman. That'll come inside. And the count is now 3-0 here to Parker Bischoff. Most likely be taking all the way. Or they have a 2-1 count. That pitch will be over for a strike. I believe it's now the way that Parker Bischoff reacted. I think it's now a 3-1 count. He was thinking that could have been ball 4. Here's a 3-1 pitch. That one's a check swing and a foul back to the netting, and the count is now full at 3-2. Wallman, after that leadoff walk, gets the man out trying to steal second. Now looking for that first strikeout here. Get the second out of the inning. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball back up the middle. Shufflebine. That one starts to eat him up. He's able to stay with it. His throw to first is right on the money. And there's now 2 down.
The shortstop for the second out. Brings to plate number 22, Cooper Bischoff.
And now here's Cooper Bischoff to the plate. And a good job by Carter Shufflebine staying with it. Starting to eat him up just a little. But he's got a strong enough arm and fired a strike to first. And got him in plenty of time for the second out, as it's now Cooper Bischoff, the second baseman of the plate. 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Cooper Bischoff. Here's a ground ball to the right side. Hudson Stoscher, they cannot stay down on it. It does scoot into center field. Was starting to come up with it before the ball came with him. And it will be an error charge
Bischoff reaches
to
on the air by the
Stoscher, and it's now runner on at first.
DH number 4, Zach Shear.
With 2 away, and it's Zach Shear, the DH. But Cooper Bischoff seems to have hurt himself running up the line. Is he maybe cramping a little bit? It's his knee that the first base coach is looking at over there. And interesting that maybe stepped on the bag wrong, that maybe twisted his knee a little bit. But he seems to maybe be okay. He's going to jog over there, kind of down the line a little bit at first. He seems to be okay, and they will keep things moving here to bring up now Zach Shear. He'll stay in the ball game. So now it'll bring up Zach Shear, the DH, with 2 outs. Runner on at first. A walk and an error, but there's only 1 on and 2 away. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1 to Shear, the DH. 227 batting average. All of his hits have been singles. Only 4 extra base hits on the season so far for Huron. 3 doubles and 1 triple. And Oakley Anderson has 2 of those 4 extra base hits. Here's a line shot to right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. And boy, Cooper Bischoff is really laboring over there, making his way to second base.
Shear singles
there
to
is
center.
no chance that he's going to be able to go
Brings runners to first and second for Huron. Bringing to the plate your third baseman,
more than
number
90
20,
feet at a
Tommy
time.
Martin.
Tommy Martin will come to the plate. Now he's kind of holding the back leg of his, maybe a hamstring. They are going to run for him here. And so Cooper Bischoff will come out of the game.
For Bischoff, which would bring number 5, Tice Huber.
So Tice Huber now will be running for Cooper Bischoff at second. A base hit for Shear. So Tice Huber. Runners are at first and second here with 2 away. And it's now Tommy Martin to the plate, the third baseman. After the 2-out error charge to Martin, he's got a chance to make up for it with a base hit. They can make this a 2-1 ball game. Here's the first pitch. That'll hit him. Instead, now the
Barton
bases
gets
are
hit by the
loaded.
pitch to fill the bases. Brings
We've
to the
seen
plate
just
your right
about
fielder, number
everything
8, CJ
to reach
Siegflag.
base right now in this first inning. A walk, an error, a base hit, and a hit by pitch. So now it's CJ Siegflag to the plate, the right fielder, with 2 outs. 214 average. He's got 2 RBIs so far. He's got 2 RBI opportunity right now with a base hit. That pitch will be outside for ball 1. And both teams are both in that same spot here where Pierre at least cashed in the top of the first. Huron still has an opportunity. Here's a ground ball over to Stosher at second. He'll bobble, but he'll throw to first, and that will retire the side to get out of this first inning. And it is a 2-0 lead for the Pierre Governors at the end of 1, as the Govs will be able to hold on tight in that 2-0 lead. Back in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP. 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic? At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre. As we welcome you back, it is the top of the second and a 2-0 lead of the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard for the Pierre Governors. As trying to see if Cooper Bischoff has returned back. He is not back out at second base. Instead, Chase Schuhart is now at second, which means there'll be a new left fielder. And we'll see if we can't figure out all those changes. And if Tice Huber stays in the game in place of Cooper Bischoff.
In the top half of the second inning,
But it is going to be 8-9-1. Hudson Stosher, Will Danberg, and Carter Shufflebine. Anybody reaches base, it'll then go to Porter Hunsley. So Hudson Stosher leading things off. Here is the first pitch to him. He'll swing and fly that one out to left field. Backing up is the left fielder to make the catch, and 1 pitch and 1 out here in the top of the second.
Tested on the first pitch. Makes a nice
So
catch
will
for the
be
first
Huber out and left.
Brings
So
to the plate number 5, right fielder Will
not
Danberg.
much change other than the defensive side. Huber will stay in the ball game, and he'll go play left field, where Schuhart now will be playing at second. And the first pitch from him being out in left field goes right to him. Does make the play for the first down. It's now Will Danberg to the plate. He'll first pitch swing, and that one will be floating into right field. That'll drop in for a base hit. And Danberg's got a single. And he is on with 1 out here in the top of the second. And it brings to the top of the order in Carter Shufflebine.
For Pierre, number 10,
Fourth hit
Carter
already for the
Shufflebine.
Governors after 3 straight from Linda Kugel, O'Brien, and Eilers. Danberg gets a base hit, and now it's Shufflebine, who had a hard line shot to the third baseman, Tommy Martin. It was retired on that first play of the ball game. Danberg gets his lead over at first. Staley with the pickoff attempt, and then will skip into right field into foul territory. Danberg will around second. He's on his way to third, and he's going to be sliding in, standing up safely, as that throw didn't have enough juice to get to him. Danberg
over to third on the
had
throwing error.
slipped as he was trying to get back over to first base, and by the time that the ball had gotten to him, if it had been a clean throw, it would have been a really close play at first, but instead it got away, and over to third base goes Danberg, and now he is 90 feet away for the Governors to take a 3-0 lead. And the error will be charged to the pitcher. Here's a ground ball over to the shortstop. The throw to first will just beat Shufflebine, and there's
Play
now
by the
1 down
shortstop for
as Parker Bischoff makes that
6-3 put
play.
out. Runner stays at third.
And there is one down here in the top of the second inning. And it brings up Porter Hunsley.
Plate number 4, Porter Hunsley.
Middle is staying back in the infield. The corners, really only the third baseman is in. Porter Hunsley will wait on the first pitch. That'll miss low for ball 1. That was only the fourth pitch of the inning right there for Staley. Here's a ground ball to Chopper. Danberg will come in to score as that one's going to be missed by the shortstop in Parker Bischoff, and it's going to be an air charge to Bischoff.
Up the middle, brings in another run,
and it will bring in the run of Danberg, who is going to score anyway. And Danberg scores, but Hunsley will get we will get the RBI. We'll give him the RBI, but it will be an error that will be charged to Parker Bischoff. I think that run in Danberg was going to score anyway. By the way, there are 2 outs in the inning, not just only 1 out. Runner takes off for a second. It was a pitch out. The throw, that one's going to scoot into center field after it was missed by the second baseman and shortstop. The throw will come to third, and sliding in safely is Hunsley. So now he's on at third base.
Second, over to third on the air.
And Sonnenshine's got a chance to add to his team-leading 13th RBI with a base hit.
At the plate, Sonnenschein.
So another error. Be the third error of the inning. As this pitch will be on the inside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. 4th error already here for Huron in only the top of the second. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a line shot to center field, and that will be caught by the center fielder in Ford, and that will retire the side here in the top of the second. But another run does score on 1 hit with 3 errors, and there is 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the second, a 3-0 lead for the Pierre Governors over the Huron Tigers. Back in a minute on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
It is the bottom of the second, and a 3-0 lead. The American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard for the Pierre Governors over the Huron Tigers. 7, 8, 9 for Huron. Jackson Ford, Sean Janes, and Chase Schuhart be the first 3 hitters, and then it'll go back to Oakley Anderson if anybody reaches base. We've got a combined total of 5 errors so far and 5 hits between these two teams. We really only played an inning and a half, but it's a 3-0 lead for the Governors. As Jackson Ford, the center fielder, will step to the plate to get us started here in the top of the bottom of the second inning. Here's the first pitch from Bryson Walman. Comes inside for ball 1. Ford still looking for his first hit of the season, 0 for 12 to this point. He has failed to reach base, as this one will be popped up behind home plate. Sonnenschein didn't see it right away, but was able to get the mask off, turn around, locate it, and makes the catch. And the leadoff man is retired here in the bottom of the second. And it brings up Sean Janes. Good play there from Sonnenschein. It's always difficult for a catcher to locate a pop-up straight up and behind home plate and have to get to it quickly, and was just a tad late on locating it. Here's a ground ball right down the third base line, and that is a fair ball. And it will be a base hit for Sean Janes, and there's 1 on and 1 out here in the bottom of the second. That was right down the line. It almost kicked up the chalk right at the line. And it's now Chase Schuhart, the number 9 man to the plates, with a runner on base here with one down here in the bottom of the third. Wallman will come set from the stretch. Here is the first pitch to the number 9 man and Chase Schuhart. That'll miss outside for ball 1. Schuhart is hitting .222, 4 hits so far, 3 runs driven in. Again, he is tied with Tommy Martin for most RBIs on the team. Just a total of 11 RBIs for the 20 runs that have scored so far for the Huron Tigers, who are 1-9. Pickoff attempt, standing straight up at the bag and nearly was picked off over at first was Janes. Bridger Babcock made the snap tag on the waist of Janes and even looked back at the umpire. Runner takes off here. This will be flown down the left field line, but that will hook foul. And the count is now even at a ball and a strike. Here to the number 9 man in the batting order in Chase Schuhart. Governors will return home on Friday, take on Spearfish, and then Rapid City Central on Saturday. It's a 5 o'clock first pitch Friday nights, 1 o'clock first pitch on Saturday. That pitch will miss low, and the count's now 2-1. All 4 of those games will be on at KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Then we move into the month of May. That one will be flown down the left field line again, but also hooking foul, and the count's now 2-2. Schuhart has been out in front of the 2 swings against Bryson Wallman. Looking for his first strikeout is Wallman. Or ground ball somewhere up the middle to try and get out of the inning quickly. Here's the 2-2. That one stays upstairs, and it's now full count at 3-2. Janes was running on that first foul ball attempt, but has not taken off yet. We'll see if maybe he'll get the steal sign here with a 3-2 count. Is not running. That one is taking low for ball 4. And it's now first and second.
Catcher number 7, Oakley
It's back to the top of the order for Oakley Anderson, who drew a walk in his first trip to the plate. And mentioned that Oakley Anderson hitting .240, the on-base percentage at .387, which other than Schuhart, who had an on-base percentage at .440, was the second highest on the team. So for Schuhart hitting at that number 9 spot, kind of turns into a double leadoff. So now bring up Anderson to the plate. First and second, 1 out. First pitch, that one's right down the middle for a strike. Runner on at second and first here with 1 out in the bottom of the second. Pickoff attempt, shuffle by with the tag. It might have been just above the helmet, diving back in safely. At second was Janes. Count still 0-1. Here to Oakley Anderson. Wallman from the stretch. That one is outside. Maybe a little high as well, and the count's now even at a ball and a strike. Didn't even tell you the game time temperature. We can at least tell you what it is right now. It's 79 degrees here in Huron. Beautiful night for some baseball. 1-1 is outside, and the count's now 2-1. And unlike last Thursday when it started out beautiful, it's at least will end in a beautiful night too, because the wind's not going to pick up like it did Thursday in Aberdeen. 2-1 pitch. That one's upstairs, and the count's now 3-1. Looking at it staying above 60 degrees past midnight here in Huron, so we're expecting to have a beautiful night of baseball from start to finish. Here's a 3-1 from Wallman. Pickoff attempt over at first, and again, back in safely is going to be Schuhart's over there at first base. 3-1 count. Runners at first and second with 1 out. That pitch will miss inside, and the bases are now
Anderson
loaded.
draws a walk to fill the bases.
And it's
That'll
now
bring to the
Parker
plate
Bischoff
shortstop
to the
number
plate.
32,
But
Parker
first,
Bischoff.
it'll be Coach Scott Rowie that will make his way out and have a conversation with his starting pitcher, Bryson Wallman. This is a big spot here for both these teams. Governors have just a 3-0 lead, but a base hit could make this a one-run ball game. Somewhere in the gap could tie the ball game up. Oakley Anderson, the leadoff man, is on at first base. Usually those guys at first base find a way to have a lot of speed, or at least the leadoff guys, usually find a way to have a lot of speed. And so with Bryson Wallman, after the mound visit, we'll get back to the mound. He will go against Parker Bischoff, who ground out to Scheffelbein at short in his first trip to the plate. Corners are in for a plate-the-plate. Middle is back to try and turn and get out of the inning. First pitch is upstairs for ball one to Parker Bischoff. Base hit and 2 walks have led the bases loaded here with 1 out. Here's the 1-0. That one is over for a strike, and it evens the count at a ball and a strike to Parker Bischoff. Janes at third, Schuhart at second, Anderson at first. 1-1 pitch, ground ball to the right side. Stocher's only play is going to be to first. He'll field and throw to first base to get the out. He tried to maybe think about going to second as he slid down, was looking to try and turn it, but he didn't feel it cleanly. Would have been a tough play at second anyway. They do get the 1 out, but a run does come in to score. So an RBI. As Tice Huber now to the plate, they'll have the courtesy runner.
For the catcher, number 14, Corbin Brock.
So Brock will come in to run for Anderson. Janes scores. Schuhart's over at third. Now Brock's over at second. But 4-3 on the RBI ground out for Parker Bischoff, and there's now 2 away. And the first pitch is flown out towards left field. Parker O'Brien will come in. He will make the catch and retire the side here in the bottom of the second inning, and that will retire the side with only 1 run scoring on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We've played 2 here at Clock Field, and it is a 3-1 lead for Pierre over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the third, and the Pierre Governors lead at 3-1 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein scoreboard. And it will be the number 4, 5, and 6 men to come to the plates. Trip Linda Kugel, Parker O'Brien, and Will Eilers will be the first 3 men. They all 3 got a base hits in that top of the first inning. O'Brien and Eilers each got an RBI, which made it a 2-0 game at the time, and it's now a 3-0 lead. Hunsley got the RBI, even though he reached on air, got the RBI in that top of the second. All 3 runs have been unearned against Nolan Staley so far, but he's been rather efficient to start this ball game out, as we'll check out to see where his pitch count is going into this top of the third inning. 4 hits, though, given up by Staley, and one of those to Linda Kugel, who is coming to the plate. Only 23 pitches through 2 innings, so while he has given up those hits, he's been very efficient to this point.
Coming to the plate for Pierre in the top half of the third number 32, Trip Linda Kugel.
So Linda Kugel, Parker O'Brien, Will Eilers here to open up this top of the third inning. Linda Kugel is hitting .524 coming in. That first pitch will miss low for ball one. When you look at last doubleheader for Linda Kugel, who played on just in game number one, is this one to be a high fly ball to left field. Huber will wait underneath it, and he will make the catch and retire
Linda Kugel
for the first out. And it brings up Parker O'Brien.
Number 0, Parker O'Brien.
Parker O'Brien's 1 for 1 with an RBI single. Linda Kugel had an RBI sac fly in the top of the third in the bottom of the third in that 4-1 win over Brookings. He went 0 for 2 in total, so while he is 1 for 2 right now, the batting average, which was near 700, has fallen down somewhat, but still hitting over 500. And for a guy that's not even in high school yet, it's a pretty good start to his varsity career. Here's the 0-1 pitch to O'Brien. That will come inside, and the count's now 1-1 to the Governor left fielder. Staley from the windup. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll be at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. And O'Brien, who's looking to get his second hits, will battle down the count 1-2. That one's fouled off of O'Brien, and that will keep him at the plate as the count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Be fouled by Will Eilers, and if either of the two get on base, Bridger Babcock will come to the plate. The tall right-hander Nolan Staley delivers the 1-2 pitch to O'Brien. That is outside. Trying to frame it was Oakley Anderson, who is a lefty catcher, by the way. Could not frame that back in on the outside corner. Here's a 2-2 now to O'Brien. That'll miss low, and the count's now 3-2. Anderson has been pretty steady for the Huron Tigers, both spring and summer baseball teams. Full count pitch. That's a line shot that is fouled down the left field line. And we'll do it again here at the full count. Just don't see a whole lot of lefty catchers. We saw lefty second baseman on Thursday in Aberdeen, but it was kind of more of everybody kind of shifting around. Here's a line shot on the 3-2 pitch, and Parker O'Brien is 2 for 2 as he hits that one right back up the middle. And there is a runner on first with 1 out here in the top of the third inning.
Center field.
And it brings up Will Eilers.
That'll bring to the plate number 8, Will Eilers.
So Eilers, who is 1 for 1 with an RBI. He had picked up his 3rd RBI of the season, 5th hits overall. Coming in hitting 160. Now moving that up to 200, and that one will be a throw over. Just under 200 right now. Does have 2 triples, does Eilers, of his 5 hits right now. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. Wind's kind of blowing in a little bit. It's pretty much calm throughout here at Clock Field. That one will be upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. And by the way, we are sitting outside the press box, so it's even more so likely that you would hear wind from any direction be picked up on the crowd mic, but tells you just how relatively calm it is. That one will be upstairs, and the snap throw back to first, and O'Brien back there standing up. But it's a 3-0 count now here to Eilers, who will most likely be taking all the way. Staley from the stretch. That is down the middle for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. Runner on at first, 1 out here in the top of the third. Staley from the stretch. Ground ball left side. That is through for a base hit. A little seeing eye single for Will Eilers, who's now 2 for 2. And his first and second with 1 away. And it brings up Bridger Babcock.
That'll bring to the plate for Pierre, number 13, Bridger Babcock.
Bridger Babcock's 0 for 1. He ground out to the first baseman. Back to end that top of the first inning. He's hitting .294 coming into today. Does have 3 runs driven in. Looking for his 4th RBI right here with the base hit. First pitch to him. That one's at the top of the zone on the outside corner and for a strike, and the count's 0-1. O'Brien leads away from second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one will be outside, and the count's now 1-1. Well, Eiler's leading away from first. O'Brien's got a good-sized lead out there at second. Even with the shortstop and Parker Bischoff holding him on. That one's fouled back, and that will get just over the top of the netting and back here to the left of us, and the count's now 1-2. The possibility of maybe seeing a foul ball come back our way. Here's the 1-2. That one is taken on the outside corner for strike 3.
Staley
and there
pays
is
the
now
corner
2
for a
down.
strikeout.
And that's a
Second
big
out.
strikeout for Nolan Staley.
That'll
And
bring
he
to the
brings
plate
up now
number 11,
Hudson Stocher. Stocher's got a chance to drive in a run. He's 0 for 1. He flew out of the left fielder in the first pitch that he saw back in the top of the second to lead things off. That first pitch will come high and inside for ball 1. Governor scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second. Looking to add on to it here at the top of the third. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball, high chopper. This will be fielded by the shortstop, Parker Bischoff. High throw is going to get over the glove of the first baseman. And coming in to score will be O'Brien. Eilers will stop over at third. Back to first base is going to be Stocher to make sure that if he had maybe made that move to second, make sure that he couldn't be tagged out. But a run does come in to score. It's now first and third, and a 4-1 lead.
Also brings in a run.
And another unearned run will come against
5,
Nolan
Will
Staley.
Bamberg.
Air charge to Parker Bischoff. That's the 5th air now by the Huron Tigers. And Will Danberg with a base hit in his first trip to the plate. Take outside for ball 1. So now a 4-1 advantage here for the Governors. All 4 runs unearned to Staley right now. Yeah, we had talked about that 30 runs had been unearned against the Huron pitching staff. That one's on the inside corner, the bottom of the zone. The count's now 1-1 here to Danberg. Although that's only the first time that the Govs don't have an RBI on the run scoring. Here's a ground ball through the left side. That'll be a base hit and an RBI for Danberg. And it's a 5-1 lead now for the Governors. And they continue to make Huron pay for the errors that they have committed here in this ball game.
Top of the order, number 10.
And it's now back to Carter Shufflebein for his 3rd plate appearance here in the top of the 3rd inning. Danberg now 2 for 2 with an RBI. Carter Shufflebein, who's 0 for 2. Waits to the first pitch. That's going to be a ground ball. Diving play by Parker Bischoff, but there is no chance to throw anybody out. And it's an infield single for Carter Shufflebein. And the bases are now loaded here with 2 outs. And it brings up Porter Hunsley to the plate.
Porter Hunsley.
Hunsley reached on an air back in that top of the second, which gave him the RBI anyway because he was driving in that run. Regardless of the play was made. It was a tough play by Parker Bischoff, but did not make the play. Here's a fly ball towards right center field. Moving over is the right fielder in Seachlag, and Hill will make the catch. And that will retire the side here in the top of the 3rd inning. But another 2-run score as the Govs pick up 4 hits in the inning, 1 error, and there was 3 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. 5-1 lead for Pierre over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the third in a 5-1 lead of American Family Insurance. Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard for the Pierre Governors, as it will be 4, 5, and 6 here for Huron in the bottom of the third inning. Zach Shear, Tommy Martin, and CJ Seachlag, the first three guys to come to the plates. 8 men came to the plate for the Governors in the top of the third. They got 2 runs, again unearned runs against Nolan Staley, who had the ground ball that could have got them out of the inning. But the error that on the Hudson Stosher ground ball led to an RBI single for Will Danberg, and then a base hit by Shufflebein that didn't score a run. The 1 run scored on the Hudson Stosher reaching base on the air. And so it is now a 5-1 advantage here for the Govs. As the first pitch swinging, line shot to left field, and a 1-hop in front of O'Brien, and it's a leadoff single for Shear. He's now 2 for 2 in the ballgame.
Third baseman number 20.
The leadoff man's on base to bring up Tommy Martin, who was hit by a pitch in his first trip to the plate. Huron has left 5 guys on base in the first 2 innings. Governors have left a total of 6 on through 3 innings of the possible 9 that you could leave on through 3 innings of work. Tommy Martin will dig in. Bryson Wallman dealing with a 4-run lead right now here for the Govs. Showing bunt is Martin. That will come inside and will be missed by Sunshine. And the second now will end up going Shear. It's a runner on at second here with nobody out.
Shear takes second on the pass ball.
And so a pass ball will put him in score position, and now Tommy Martin does not have to worry about trying to bunt. One 1-0 pitch now here from Wallman to Martin. This will be flown out to left field. Parker O'Brien will back up a couple steps. He'll make the catch. There is no tag. And there is 1 down here in the bottom of the third inning. And it brings up Seachlag to the plate. Brian's been pretty busy over there in left field. And a couple of putouts. That base hit was over to him in left field from Shear. Now Seachlag, who ground out to Hudson Stosher at second in his first trip. He's 0 for 1. This will be a fly ball towards right field. Moving over is Danberg. He'll make the catch. And again, no tag will be applied. And there is now 2 down. And a good job by Danberg to fire it in quickly.
Number 3, Jackson Ford.
There was no thought from Shear to even attempt to try and get a third. Now, of course, there's 2 outs, and you don't want to make that third out at third. But the strong throw by Danberg really took that out of the question of Shear tagging from second to third. 2 away, Jackson Ford to the plate. First pitch to him is upstairs for ball 1. Ford popped up in foul territory behind home plate in his first at-bat. That led off the bottom of the second inning. Leadoff single to pass ball has put the runner on at second. Here's the 1-0 from Wallman. Ground ball over to the third baseman, Lindekugel. He'll stay down on it. His throw to first will be wide, but a quick tag by Bridger Babcock. And they will make the tag, and that will retire the side here in the bottom of the third inning. What a play by Bridger Babcock over at first base. Retires the side, and that will take us to the end of 3. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the 4th inning. 5-1 lead for Pierre over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your mornings shouldn't start in chaos. At Pure Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pure Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pure Closets, organized for life.
3, 4, and 5 here for the Governors in the top of the fourth inning. Sun and Shine, Trip Linda Kugel, and Parker O'Brien, the first three hitters. And then it'll be Will Eilers if any of the three reach base. Going back to that last play, Bridger Babcock came off the bag, made sure he made the catch. Linda Kugel, who threw it over to first, and it wasn't a bad throw, but it took Babcock off the bag, and the quick catch and tag applied by Babcock all at one time is able to get that third out, and that's a very difficult play for a first baseman to make. But Babcock made it look very easy over at first.
Here at the top of the fourth.
And it does help save a run, or at least save pitches for Bryson Wallman. And maybe he gets the Sean Janes out in the next at-bats, and it's only first and third. But a really, really good play by Bridger Babcock over at first base. First pitch to Sun and Shine will come on the inside edge for strike one. He is 0 for 2, reached on an error that kept that first inning alive and helped the Governors score 2 runs. Then he flew out to center field to finish off the top of the second. The only guy that did not come to the plate in that third inning for the Governors, as it counts now 1-1 to Sun and Shine. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-1. Nolan Staley, again, still been very efficient through those 3 innings, even though he's given up 5 unearned runs. That usually leads you to having a lot of pitches thrown, as this will be flown out to center field, backing up the center fielder, still moving back, but he'll settle underneath it, and Jackson Ford will retire Sun and Shine.
Center field for the first out.
And there's one down here in the top of the fourth.
32, Trip Linda Kugel.
And here is Linda Kugel to the plate. Linda Kugel is 1 for 2 so far in the ball game. Singled back in that top of the first, and then he was retired on the fly out to left field. That was only 53rd pitch for Nolan Staley, so kind of right around that midway point of the ball game, and he's still looking to try and get through all this. Here's a fly ball to right field. That's going to get over the head of the right fielder and all the way out to the wall. It will roll away. It's to the fence. Linda Kugel around second. He'll stop there. He's got a one-out double.
Doubles to the fence in right field.
Another extra base hit for this Governor team. And Linda Kugel's got his third double and 13th double overall for the Governors on the season. And there's one on and one out here in the top of the fourth inning. And it will bring up Parker O'Brien, who is already 2 for 2 in this ball game. First pitch will come on the inside edge for strike one. O'Brien with an RBI single in that top of the first. And an RBI, or make that just a base hit, came in to score in that top of the third inning, as the count's now 1-1 here to O'Brien. Linda Kugel leads away from second. That one is over for a strike. And the count's now 1-2 here to O'Brien. 1-2 pitch going down. There's a fly ball to center field. That will drop in for a base hit. Went down to go get it. And O'Brien is now 3 for 3 in the ball game. And it's first and third here with one out. Linda Kugel had to wait at second, make sure that ball got down. And now tie will be called, and looking like maybe we're going to have a pitching change. Different guys moving around everywhere here, and
looks like we're going to have a pitching change.
We are going to have that pitching change, so we will step aside. We will come back and tell you the change coming up here in just a moment. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Back in a minute.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
When the South Dakota sun is beating down, your home should be your sanctuary. But a broken air conditioner can turn your living room into a hot oven fast. Whether you need a quick repair or a full system replacement, AirTech Heating and Cooling is on the job. Our licensed technicians are available 24/7 for those unexpected emergencies. We pride ourselves on 100% customer satisfaction and quality service you can trust. Call 605-945-0160. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned and keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
As we welcome you back, it is going to be Tommy Martin now on the mound here for the Huron Tigers. They move guys around, but really the only thing, nothing changes the lineup at all, as Staley will come out of the ball game, and Shearer will move to right field. Siege Schlag will move from right to third, and Martin from third to the mound. And that will be Staley, who finished with 58 pitches, gave up a total of 9 hits. Excuse me, make that 10 hits overall, with the base hit for Parker O'Brien. He 5 runs, none of them earned, although you can't officially close the book yet on Staley's day. No walks and 1 strikeout. With runners at first and third, 1 out, it is Will Eilers, who is 2 for 2 with an RBI. And Tommy Martin trying to put an end to this top of the 5th inning. Needs a ground ball, or at least a couple guys to be retired here. Keep this a 5-1 deficit for the Huron Tigers. The first pitch is over for strike 1. Tommy Martin's thrown 11 2/3 innings so far. 4th appearance, 3rd relief appearance for Martin. 8 hits, 8 runs. Only 2 of those 8 runs have been earned. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Line shot to right field. That is down for a base hit, and a run will come in to score. O'Brien will round second on his way to third. He will slide in safely, and it's first and third with 1 out. A good job by O'Brien, knowing exactly where that ball was hit, and he was able to take third. It's a 6-1 lead here for the Govs, and it brings up Bridger Babcock to the plate. Second RBI of the day for Will Eilers. And the Govs now lead it 6-1. The first earned run against Nolan Staley in this ball game. This will be popped up towards left field. O'Brien will look to maybe tag. The catch will be made. O'Brien will fake the tag. And the good throw coming in from the left field, and Huber
Babcock flies out
will make
to left
this
field.
2 down.
Good throw by Huber holds the runners.
And runners are at still first and third here with 2 outs.
Brings up 2 outs.
And it's now
Brings
Hudson
to plate number
Stocher's
11.
chance to extend this lead. Stocher's 0 for 2, did reach on that error in that 3rd inning. That helped score one of those 2 runs in the top of the 3rd. Only 1 run is scored so far here in this top of the 4th. But O'Man only 90 feet away. First pitch is over for strike 1. The top of the zone to Stocher. Finish out Tommy Martin's stats: 9 walks, 10 strikeouts. An ERA at 1.2 and a whip at 1.46. Batting average against a 174. Not a lot of guys that got base hits off of Tommy Martin, but the leadoff man that first man that he saw, as this is a pitch in the dirt and a good block there by Oakley Anderson. Will Eilers was able to get a base hit off of Martin. You know, that doesn't happen very often. The 174 batting average against of Martin. Here's the 1-1. That is outside, and the count's now 2-1. 2-1 count. 2 outs here at the top of the 4th. 6-1 lead for the Governors here in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Martin will check the runner at first. Now he'll come set. Here's the 2-1. That's a line shot. One hopper off the second baseman. Flipped to second to get the man out at second base and retire the side here in the top of the fourth inning. But another run does score on 3 hits in the inning. No errors and 2 men left on base. It is a 6-1 lead for the Governors heading to the bottom of the fourth over the Huron Tigers. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
As we welcome you back, it is a 6-1 lead as we head into the bottom of the fourth inning. The Pierre Governors have a 5-run advantage over the Huron Tigers, and it is 8-9-1. Sean James, Chase Schuhart, and Oakley Anderson. He might reach his base. It'll be Parker Bischoff that will come to the plate. Here's the first pitch. That one's over for strike one. Here to Sean James, who is 1 for 1. He singled and scored the only run of the ball game so far for Huron. Here's the 0-1. That'll hit him. And the leadoff man is on base here with nobody out in the bottom of the fourth inning.
Second baseman, number 50.
And it brings up Chase Schuhart. Schuhart drew a walk. It was an RBI ground out for Parker Bischoff in that bottom of the second. He is due up now third with the top of the order up next. First pitch swinging, high fly ball to left field. O'Brien will get underneath it. He'll make the catch. One down here in the bottom of the fourth.
Flies out to left field for the first out. Brings to the plate catcher number 7.
And now it's Oakley Anderson as we go back to the top of the order. Third time now through the order coming through for the Huron Tigers. Anderson has walked both times he's come to the plate. He's thrown out trying to steal in the first inning and then was left stranded over at second, although there was a courtesy runner for him, but his spot was left stranded over at second in that bottom of the second. First pitch will miss outside for ball one. We talked about the efficiency of Nolan Staley, even though he was taken out of the ball game after 58 pitches. He was in the zone a lot. He gave up 10 hits, did Staley. But for Bryson Wallman, he is only thrown, now going to be pitch number 47 upcoming. Actually, there's going to be a few more, should be a few more end up coming in there. As that one will be inside, and the count's now 3-0. It just doesn't have the out up there, so be pitch number 48 from Wallman, 3-0 pitch. That'll miss outside. It is a 4-pitch walk, and the third time that Oakley Anderson has been walked in the ball game.
Runners at first and second for the Tigers, brings to the plate. Shortstop.
And now here's
12,
Parker Bischoff.
Elijah Shreve.
Excuse me. They've actually have a Shreve in for Bischoff. So after Parker Bischoff had the RBI, he's out of the ball game, and Shreve is now in. So Elijah Shreve will hit in place of Parker Bischoff. First pitch will be behind him and caught by sudden sun and shine. Elijah Shreve is 2 for 9 so far in the season, looking for his first RBI of the year. He scored 2 runs, 222 batting average, OPS at 442. That one is over for a strike, and it's now a 1-1 count. They have Tice Huber and Elijah Shreve both in the ball game, so Corbin Brock and Colt Culver are the only 2 guys that are left on the bench. As it counts now 2-1. Here to Elijah Shreve. Runners are at first and second. There is some activity out in the right field bullpen for the Governors. This will be fouled back, and that was just over at the top of the netting. That one had a chance. Don't know if it would have lined up right for me, but thought maybe I had a shot at that one. 2-2 count. Walman looking for a strikeout or a ground ball here. That would be outside, and the count's now 3-2. In danger of walking the bases loaded. Can't see who that is warming up out in the right field bullpen. 3-2 pitch. This will be flown out towards right field. Danberg will come over to make the catch. There's now 2 down. The throw will go back to first, and Bridger Babcock will scoop that one up. And 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th.
The plate number 5, Tice Huber.
And it brings up Tice Huber. So runners are at first and second. We'll have the courtesy runner for Oakley Anderson now with 2 outs. And it's Culver again, I believe.
Runner for the Tigers, number 14, Corbin Brock.
Excuse me, Brock is running. So Tice Huber, 0 for 1. Flew out to left. That ended that bottom of the 2nd. Walman's trying to get him to end this bottom of the 4th now. First pitch is a ground ball that will hit the lip. It will roll back fair. Walman will pick it up foul. And there's an 0-1 count. And that was right around borderline if it was going to go back fair, but by the time that Huber was getting over towards the line, you're going to have to pick it up, whether it was going to be fair or not, just because if it would have rolled back fair, he'd have been safe at first. Here's a ground ball over to the second baseman, Hudson Stosher, who will field that one cleanly, and that will retire the side. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the 5th. It is a 5-run lead for the Pierre Governors over the Huron Tigers, 6-1, here in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 5th and a 6-1 lead for the Pierre Governors over the Huron Tigers. John Wickler with you on this Tuesday evening, as the Govs will be back at home on Friday and Saturday this weekend, 5 o'clock on Friday and 1 o'clock on Saturday.
Danberg, shovel
It is 9-1-2 for Pierre here at the top of the 5th. They have scored in every inning so far. 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and 1 in the fourth, as you listen to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront Broadcasting Station. Will Danberg is 2 for 2 with an RBI single back in that top of the 3rd inning. And he goes against Tommy Martin, who got the final couple outs after an RBI single from Will Eilers. He was able to get a fly out and then a ground out to get out of that inning and strand the bases loaded with only 1 run given up. And again, for Nolan Staley, 3 1/3 innings, 10 hits,
number 5.
6
Will
runs,
Danberg.
only 1 of them earned. No walks and 1 strikeout in 58 pitches. So while he was efficient in the amount of pitches that he threw, gave up too many hits that didn't allow him to stay in the ball game. 10 hits in total, even though really in reality when you look at it, the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Had the errors not been committed by the Tigers, you're looking at Nolan Staley cruising through 5 innings almost at this point and being able to move around potentially 10 different hits without allowing much of anything at all. As it counts 2-0 here to Will Danberg. But instead, the Governors made the Tigers pay and have scored 5 unearned runs against Staley. There's a swing and a miss by Danberg, late on the cut on that one. The count's now 2-1. Tommy Martin works from the stretch with nobody on base. Here in the top of the 5th in game number 1 of our doubleheader. This will be fouled back out of play on the right side, and it's now a 2-2 count here to Danberg, who's looking for his 3rd hit of the ball game.
Foul ball's going to be taken back to the concession stand for $1.
Trying to be on base as well for the 3rd time, but also turning that lineup over with a man on base. 2-2 from Martin to Danberg. He'll climb the ladder, foul it off, just staying alive.
There's another $1.
And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here to the Governor right fielder. Martin will get the sign. He'll come set from the stretch. Here is the 2-2 again to Danberg. And this will be flown out to center field. Backing up, though, just a couple of steps and making the catch is Ford.
Danberg flies out to center field.
The leadoff man is retired.
That'll bring to the plate.
Here in the top of the 5th inning.
Carter Scheffelbein.
And it brings up Carter
Foul
Scheffelbein.
balls are all sponsored tonight by our foul ball sponsor.
Scheffelbein 1 for 3
Sun
so
Gold
far
Foods.
in the game. He
$1
singled in
brings
that
those when you
top
bring
of
them
the
back to
3rd inning.
Concession stand.
In that 4th is the only time that he did not come to the plate so far in this ball game. Here's the first pitch to Scheffelbein. That'll be inside for ball 1. Scheffelbein was coming in, hitting right at 500. Now 1 for 3. He can keep that 500 streak going if he gets a base hit here to go to 2 for 4. He had 21 hits coming in, which is clearly the lead on the team. That one will be just outside, a little bit low. The count's now 2-0. Here to Scheffelbein. Good take there from the Governor shortstop. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Ground ball on the right side. This will be fielded by the second baseman and Schuhart. The throw to first will retire Scheffelbein.
Scheffelbein grounds out to the
And there's now 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning, and it will bring up Porter Hunsley.
Porter Hunsley.
4 straight retired now for Tommy Martin after that single to start his outing, giving up to Will Eilers. Porter Hunsley is 0 for 3, had an RBI in the 2nd. He reached on the air in that 2nd inning. Ground out and a fly-out victim otherwise. First pitch will be upstairs for ball 1. 2 down, nobody on here at the top of the 5th. The Govs leading by 5 here in game 1 of our doubleheader. Here's the 1-0. This will be popped up on the left side, foul territory. A lot of room for the first baseman, but running out of time, and was James, who was still trying to go back on it. Might have lost his footing as he was moving into the grass from the infield dirt.
Down to 1-1.
And it does just fall harmlessly, and the count is now even at a ball and a strike to Porter Hunsley. Here's now the 1-1. That one's on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. One-two pitch from Martin to Hunsley. That one is going to be fouled away again, and we'll do it again here at 1-2. That one
got a windshield.
Got a car. One-two pitch upcoming here for Porter Hunsley. Martin will fire that one outside, and it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hunsley looking for his first hit. Trying to keep it being from 1-2-3 inning for Martin in the top of the 5th inning. Ground ball that is going to be fouled down the third base line again, and again remains at a 2-2 count to Hunsley. Two will be coming on its way here in just a moment. From Tommy Martin to Porter Hunsley after
Got a count of 2-2.
a look back. And Martin looking again, trying to get a 1-2-3 inning here in this top of the 5th inning. Pitch on its way. That'll be fouled back to the right of the press box, and it remains at a 2-2 count. And a good battle here between Tommy Martin and Porter Hunsley. Who will win this battle? Will it be a runner on with 2 outs, or a 1-2-3 inning for Tommy Martin? 2-2 again. This one has popped up. That'll be foul. That'll get out of play to the right of us.
And another $1. Thank you, Sungold.
And if you've gathered up all those foul balls, you're getting a lot of money in this one at bat. Turn those to concession stand. Another 2-2 pitch. This is going to be a high fly ball out towards left center field. Huber will call for it. He'll make the catch. And it is a 1-2-3 inning for Tommy Martin here in the top of the 5th inning. 6-1 lead for the Governors over Huron Tigers. Going in the bottom of the 5th in game 1 of our doubleheader. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
It is the bottom of the 5th inning and a 6-1 lead for the Pierre Governors and the American Family Insurance Brittany Shuffleby and scoreboard. And for the Huron Tigers, it will be 4, 5, and 6. Zach Shear, Tommy Martin, and CJ Seachlag be the first 3 hitters if anybody reaches base. It will go to
Starting off for the
Jackson
Tigers,
Ford.
Bottom of the 5th, number 4.
Shear is
Zach Shear.
2 for 2 in the ball game, 2 singles, but he has been stranded on second both times. He led off the bottom of the 3rd with a base hit as he digs in against Bryson Wallman, who is working now into the 5th inning. First pitch, curveball that is taken for strike 1. Across the plate, right at the knees. Good breaking ball there from Bryson Wallman. Here's the 0-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 0-2. 1 run on 3 hits so far for Huron. They have 5 errors. They've also left 8 men on base through 4 innings. 0-2. There's a ground ball to the left side. Linda Kugel will field. His throw is going to be quick, and he is able to fire that one across in time to retire the leadoff man. And a good play there from the third baseman, Linda Kugel.
Number 20, Tommy Martin.
And there's 1 down now here in the bottom of the 5th inning. He almost looked at the glove to make sure that he had it before firing to first, and a good, strong throw by the 8th grader was able to retire Zach Shear. And here's now Tommy Martin to the plate. First pitch from Wallman. That's a sharp ground ball to the left side for a base hit. And a 1-out single for Tommy Martin. He's now 1 for 2.
That'll bring to the plate. Third baseman,
And it
number
brings
8,
up
Creighton Seachlag.
CJ Seachlag to the plate. Seachlag is 0 for 2. Ground out to the second baseman, Hudson Stosher, to finish off that first inning, and also flew out to right. He's been behind the ball each time from Wallman. First pitch, he'll swing at that one and floated to center field. Porter Hunsley will move over to his left to make the catch, and there's now 2 down.
Center field for the second out. That will bring to
And we'll bring up Jackson
fielder,
Ford.
Number 3, Jackson Ford.
Ford is 0 for 2. He popped down foul territory behind home plate in the second and also grounded out to third in the third. So now Wallman with 2 outs and a runner on at first. Here's the first pitch to him. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1 to Jackson Ford. Looking to get through 5 complete is Bryson Wallman in his first varsity start. Here's a ground ball to the left side. Shufflebine will have to charge. He will field. His throw to first will be in time, and that will retire the side.
Play by the shortstop.
And it is 5 complete for Bryson Wallman. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the top of the 6th. It is still 6-1 for Pierre over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
It is the top of the 6th inning, and the Pierre Governors have a 6-1 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Sutton Sunshine, Trip Linda Kugel, and Parker O'Brien be the first 3 men. 3, 4, and 5 here for the Governors in this top of the 5th inning. Make that the top of the 6th inning in game number 1. Got the doubleheader on tap, and then Friday and Saturday we've got a doubleheader with Spearfish in town on Friday, Rapid City Central in town on Saturday. 5 o'clock first pitch Friday, 1 o'clock first pitch on Saturday. And all 4 games will be on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. First pitch is over for strike 1 to Sunshine, who is 0 for 3 so far. He reached an error in the first inning that keep that inning alive, and then flew out of the center fielder in each of the other 2 times to the plate. That one is going to be upstairs, and the count's even at a ball and a strike. Pierre's won 8 straight. Huron has lost 9 straight coming into this doubleheader. That 1-1 pitch is just outside. The count's now 2-1. Huron has struggled to score runs, but they've struggled to keep the unearned runs off the board. Here's now the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball left side in the hole. It is going to be off the glove of the shortstop, Parker Bischoff. That might be an infield single for Sutton Sunshine. That would have been a really tough play.
Reaches on the base hit. That'll bring to the plate.
It's a base hit here,
Number
and
32,
it's hard to argue that should be an error to the shortstop, because that's a tough play in the hole to try and make. All 9 of these games, or all 10 of the games for the Huron Tigers, have been South Dakota games. Again, they led off the season with a 9-3 win against Spearfish. But since I've lost 9 straights, the runner on at first here with nobody outs. First pitch will be missing outside for ball 1. Jaron Deal is running over at first base in place of Sunshine. Linda Kugel is 2 for 3, a single in the first, and he doubled in the fourth. Flew out to left in that third inning. Martin will come set from the stretch. Pickoff attempt and diving back in safely is Deal. They lost to Sturgis 6-2 and Rapid City Central 14-4. 15-0 loss to Stevens. 10-0 to Yankton, 7-2 to Yankton, 9-1 and 15-0 to Washington. Then a 5-1 and 2-1 loss to Mitchell. 1-0 pitch is just outside, and the count's now 2-0. And Oakley Anderson asked where that might have missed before he throws the ball back over to Tommy Martin on the mound. Meanwhile, the Governors, they started out with doubleheader sweeps everywhere. They've had nothing but doubleheader sweeps everywhere. As that will miss outside, and the count's now 3-0. They were swept by Yankton in 2 one-run losses. Then they swept T. They were swept by Yankton. And while they only beat Lincoln in one game, they swept Friday, swept Saturday of the April 10th and 11th, that border battle. The sweep of Aberdeen and a sweep of Brookings. That one is taken for a strike. Counts now 3-1 here to the third baseman in Trip Linda Kugel. Govs are looking for their 9th straight win. And also for their 7th straight South Dakota victory. And then would try to go for that doubleheader sweep after that. 3-1 pitch. Swinging a fly ball towards right field. Down the line, it is slicing, and it will land foul. And the count is now full at 3-2, so Martin has battled back from a 3-0 count.
To full, 3-2.
After today, Pierre will have just one more road doubleheader on the season. They will travel to Sturgis on Sunday, May 3rd for a 2 o'clock Central Time start against the Sturgis Scoopers in a doubleheader. That'll be the final time that they'll be on the road until the potential of the playoffs. Runner takes off. Linda Kugel will be able to stay alive, getting a piece of it and fouling it straight back. And the count remains at 3-2. And right now, had the season ended today, the Governors would be at home in that first round series at best of 3. So that's the goal is to only travel one more time in the regular season and only have to travel to the Birdcage in Sioux Falls after that. Runner takes off again. Another foul ball by Linda Kugel. That one goes off the light pull out.
Foul ball off the pole
In right field, and it goes back into fair territory. So ball has to be retrieved by the right fielder in Shear. And so it's still a 3-2 count with nobody out here in the top of the 6th. Leadoff single for Sun and Shine. Jaron Deal now running for him over at first. Linda Kugel is at the plate with a full count. Pickoff attempt. Deal had been taking off the last couple of pitches on the 3-2, but was not breaking before Tommy Martin went to the plate. He was able to dive back in safely over at first of the pickoff attempt. So now here's another 3-2 pitch from Tommy Martin to Trip Linda Kugel. There's a line shot to right field. That's going to get over the head of the right fielder, and Sheeran is going to roll all the way out to the wall again. Rounding third is going to be Jaron Deal. He's going to try and score. Linda Kugel is going to try to get to third. They missed the cutoff, so he's got a stand-up triple, and it's a 7-1 lead for the Governors.
Kugel triples to right field.
Third hit. He is now a home run shy of the cycle.
That will bring to the plate.
A single in the first, a double in the fourth, and now a triple in the 6th. And Linda Kugel has got a 7-1 lead for the Governors and stands over at third base after a long battle. And here is Parker O'Brien, who is 3 for 3 with 3 singles and an RBI. He's going to be followed by Will Eilers, who is also 3 for 3 but has 2 RBIs. These two guys have been tough outs as the first pitch is over for strike 1. This will be the 9th man to see Martin now. Eilers was the first guy to see Martin and got an RBI single. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Martin to O'Brien. That'll miss inside, and the count's now 1-1. Chance to add on to the 6-run lead here for the Governors. Here in the top of the 6th inning. Here's the 1-1, excuse me. That one will be inside, outside, and the count's now 2-1. Nobody out still here in the top of the 6th inning. O'Brien, Eilers, and then Bridger Babcock. 2-1 pitch. That one's at the top of the zone on the outside corner, and the count's now 2-2. And O'Brien looking for his 4th hit, 2nd RBI. Corners are in. Second baseman playing a little bit farther in, not fully in. Shortstop is all the way back. Ground ball over to the shortstop. That will get the run in. It was bobbled over at short. The throw to first is going to be wide. O'Brien will take off for second. He will drive in the run. We'll give him the RBI, but he reaches on the air, and now he is at second. And it's an 8-1 lead here for the Governors in the top of the 6th inning.
That'll bring to the plate for Pierre, number 8, Will Eilers.
Air charge to the shortstop. Give O'Brien the credit for the RBI. That run was scoring regardless if that play was made cleanly or not. Will Eilers, who is 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs. He's got a chance for his 4th hit and 3rd RBI right here. First pitch is on the outside edge for strike 1. Eilers and then Babcock. And potentially Hudson Stosher to the plate. The 0-1. Ground ball on the left side. Bobbled again over at short, and another error. And it remains 1st and 2nd here with nobody out. And so now he's 3 for 4, but been on base all 4 times. And Bridger Babcock to the plate. So if Babcock can reach, and then those 2 guys along with Babcock all coming to score, the Governors can take a 10-run lead here in the top of the 6th inning, and he had a chance to maybe end it in the bottom of the 6th. Finish things in inning early. First pitch to Bridger Babcock will be over for strike 1. He's 0 for 3 so far. Ground out in the 1st, struck out looking in the 3rd, and flew out to left in the 4th. Here's the 0-1 pitch. There's a fly ball towards left center field. Coming over, that's going to drop in for a base hit. Both guys were starting to move to the ball, but nobody was there to make the play.
Babcock gets one to fall.
And the bases are now loaded here with nobody out.
Brings to the plate.
And it brings 11, up Hudson Stosher. So he is now 1 for 4 as Bridger Babcock, and Stosher's got a chance to add on to this lead. He'll be looking for his 4th RBI. Coming in hitting 189. He's 0 for 3 right now, but also reached on air. First pitch is outside for ball 1. Here at the top of the 6th, an 8-1 lead for the Governors. And Will Danberg on deck, and then back to the top of the order. A single, a triple, 2 errors, and a base hit. That one's on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. O'Brien's over at 3rd, Eilers at 2nd, Babcock on at 1st. 1-1. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. Tice Huber, the left fielder, is playing pretty far off the line. Probably scores all 3 if Stosher gets it right down the line. Instead, this will be a wild pitch that will get a run in to score. O'Brien makes it a 9-1 game.
Runners all advance on the wild
and
pitch.
now the 10-run lead is in score position as Babcock is over at 2nd now. And the count goes to now 2-2 here to Stosher. Second and 3rd, nobody out here at the top of the 6th. Base hit can make this a 10-run lead here for the Govs. Tommy Martin delivers. That is outside, and the count's now full at 3-2.
Count runs full, 3-2.
Number 9 man Will Danberg is on deck. He's also got 2 hits in this ball game. 3-2 from Martin to Stosher. Upstairs for ball 4, and the bases are now loaded. And it will bring up Will Danberg.
Will Danberg.
Coach Babel's a little bit, probably handcuffed a little bit right now, knowing that there's another game and it's an 8-run lead for Pierre. You're not quite, just giving up on this game, but you also don't want to burn through your Game 2 starter and anybody else that you had available. Everybody was available coming in, but you don't want to burn through everybody. Here's a fly ball towards right center field. Backing up the right fielder to make the catch. We'll have the 1-runner tag from third to come in to score in Eilers. And Bridger Babcock stays at second. It's now a 10-1 lead.
Run from third. Other 2 runners
and it's first and second.
Brings to the plate number 10, Carter Scheffelbein.
And looks like we may still have that pitching change to happen anyway. 10-1 is our score now with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. The Governors lead it by 9 with runners at first and second and 2 away. We'll step aside for a minute, tell you the change when we come back. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Back in a minute.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
So we welcome you back. It is CJ Siegschlag on the mound now for the Huron Tigers. As, again, we can't close the book yet on Tommy Martin, but he threw 2 innings. I might have said there was 2 outs. It should only be 1 out in the inning. That was the first out on the sacrifice fly by Will Danberg. Tommy Martin goes 2 innings and gave up 4 hits. Right now, 4 runs, 2 of them earned, but he's still responsible for the other 2 guys on base. 1 walk and strikeout in 53 pitches for Martin, and now it's CJ Siegschlag on the mound. And so it is a chance for Carter Scheffelbein, and then Porter Hunsley. 8th and 9th men to come to the plate in this inning to try and get this a 10-run lead. First pitch is over for strike 1 and a swing and a miss by Carter Scheffelbein. Siegschlag has thrown a 5 1/3 innings, all in 3 appearances in relief. 14 hits, 13 runs, only 12 of them earned, as that one is outside. The count's now 1-1. 10 walks, 8 strikeouts. That ERA right now sitting at 15.75. The whip at 4.5. Batting average against those at 588. Against Siegschlag. Ground ball that is fouled down the third base line. And the count is now at 1-2. 1 out. Runners at first and second. 10-1 is our score. 1-2 pitch. That'll get away from Anderson, and everybody will move up 90 feet, and it's now second and third. And only a fly ball can get the job done and get the Govs up by 10. Then, of course, they'd have to make sure anything that they can add on will give them a little bit of cushion and wiggle room to try and get that 10-run rule win in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-2 pitch to Scheffelbein. Ground ball to the right side. That's going to get past the first baseman into right field for a base hit. 1 run will come in to score. And it's now an 11-1 lead here for the Governors.
Hit to right field, draws in another run. Runners at the
And so
corners,
they
with
lead
one
by
down,
10
brings
and
to the
will
plate.
have an opportunity to
Number
close it
4,
out in the
Porter
bottom of the
Hunsley.
6th inning. But we'll bring up Porter Hunsley to the plate. Shufflebind now 2 for 5 in the ball game with an RBI. Porter Hunsley, he's 0 for 4 looking for his first hit. Did reach base once so far. 5th run against Tommy Martin. That is still only the second earned run against Martin. And with the 2 errors that were committed and the 1 out already in the inning, the other run will be unearned as well. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. See if Shufflebind will take off at all to try and get rid of that double play. Not running. Ground ball that'll be up the middle, fielded by the shortstop. Underhand flip to second for 1. Shufflebind did not slide. He tried to just turn the corner quickly. The run does come in to score.
Hits into a fielder's choice at second
And
base
it's now a 12 to 11-1 lead.
That will bring to the plate number
There's
3,
now 2 down.
Sunshine.
And you see that a little bit more often now in baseball. Well, now they're going to talk about if he need to slide or not. Right now the run does score. Well, they're going to say that he had to slide at second. And so the run does not count. And so he has to slide into second. You see that in the Major League game is that the runners that going to second just rounded to try and get out of the double play or even just try to be safe at second. Usually you see that with 2 outs in the inning, not with just 1 out. But since he did not slide, they called Hunsley out at first base. So the run does not score. And it remains an 11-1 ball game now going into the bottom of the 6th inning. And it is Bryson Wallman that will try and get the final 3 outs. And no wiggle room for the Govs. Got to get those 3 outs without a run scoring. But they do lead it by 10 as they end up with a 5-run top of the 6th inning. Back in 30 seconds, you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR. You're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627. Governors had 5 runs on 4 hits in that inning. There was also 2 errors charged to the Huron Tigers, and they end up with nobody left, 1 runner left on base in that top of the 6th inning. Technically had 1 runner left on base. And so now here at the bottom of the 6th, Bryson Wallman trying for a complete game. He's got 8-9-1. Sean Janes, Chase Schuhart, and Oakley Anderson.
James, Schuhart, Anderson.
And here is the biggest thing about that play is while a 10-run lead for the Governors, or a bigger lead, probably doesn't come back to haunt them in any way in this game. Hope you don't want it to. As the first pitch swinging, there's a blooper into center field, but Porter Hunsley will dive, but he can't make the catch. It'll bounce out of his glove, and it'll be a leadoff single for Sean Janes. And
Janes singles.
Hunsley nearly took away a hit from Sean Janes, who is now 2 for 2 in the ballgame. But again, you go back to that play. And again, I'm not, Wade Shufflebind was thinking, and don't disagree with his thought process of it all. Here's a ground ball that'll go to Shufflebind, and he will flip to second for 1 to first. Bridger Babcock stays on the bag as he dives forward and will make the play. And there's 2 down
hits into
here in the bottom of the 6th inning. What a play by Bridger Babcock to stay on the bag, making that diving stop over there at first in a 6-4-3 double play. And the Govs are now 1 out away from a Game 1 win with a 10-run rule here in the top of the bottom of the 6th inning. Top of the order now for Oakley Anderson, though. Here's the first pitch that is on the outside edge for strike one. Again, I was going to mention that that would have scored a run. They don't score the run anymore. It keeps it a 10-run game. So if Huron does score a run in this inning, we'll have to go to the 7th inning. But again, will it matter in the longevity of this game overall? You hope that the Governors could hold on to at least a 10-run lead, but it could extend that game out. There's 2 outs with nobody on. Here's a ground ball that is foul. And the count is now 1-2, and 1 strike away. Bryson Wallman looking for his first strikeout. How about a strikeout here to finish out the ball game and pick up a win for the Governors and make it 9 straight for Pierre. Wallman looking for that 6-inning complete game. 1-2 pitch. And it's high and inside, and the count's now 2-2. Game 2 will be coming up somewhere around 20 to 30 minutes after Game 1. Here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. That'll be flown foul out of play on the right side. That will go behind all the cars.
Foul ball worth $1, courtesy of tonight's sponsor, Sun Gold.
Another 1-2 pitch upcoming, or 2-2 pitch upcoming. Here to Oakley Anderson, who's walked 3 times, been on base all 3 times. 2-2. There is your swing and a miss, and there is your ball game, and the Pierre Governors will win it 11-1 in 6 innings.
End of the game.
1 strikeout for Bryson Wallman, and it's the one that finishes off the ball game. 11-1 win here in Game 1 for the Pierre Governors. Back in 2 minutes to wrap up our first game as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Back in 2 minutes.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
As we welcome you back, it is a Game 1 win, 11-1 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard for the Pierre Governors over the Huron Tigers. The Govs scored 2 in that first, 1 in the second, and then another 2 in the third. 1 run in the fourth. Didn't score in the 5th inning, but then scored 5 runs in that 6th inning to pick up a 11-1 win. Huron Tigers only with 1 run in that 2nd inning, as we'll go through the totals here in just a moment. But Pierre finished with a total of 15 hits in the ball game. Huron with only 5, and 1 error for Pierre and 7 errors for the Huron Tigers. And there is your final, as we'll pull that up on our on our YouTube channel on KCCR Sports. As Pierre is now 11-4 on the season. With their win over Huron and now win 9 straight. Huron will drop for their 10th straight loss They're now 1-10 in the ball game. Go back to that one replay here that we have in that double play that was turned, and Bridger Babcock staying on the bag over at first base. So that double play in that bottom of the sixth inning, and a heck of a play from Bridger Babcock to make that double play happen, and the Govs picking up that 11-1 win in that first game. Bryson Wallman will go the distance, giving up just 5 hits, and no inning had 2 hits for Huron. He had 5 different innings with 1 hit apiece. Did not allow a hit in that 4th inning, but only 1 error by the Governors, and that 1 run scored in that bottom of the second, which made it a 3-1 game at the time. But Wallman was very good, only allowed 4 walks. He had the 1 strikeout, which was the final out in the ball game. He threw just 71 pitches overall. And for Bryce, I mean, that gives you a chance. He now has a chance to come back and pitch again on Saturday if necessary or if needed or wanted by the coaching staff. He has the ability to come back and pitch again on Saturday, needing just 3 days of rest after throwing all 6 innings, which now gives you even more room to work for if you're the Pierre Governors, with the fact that you have those 6 games over the course of these next 4 days, and knowing that anybody that throws over 80 pitches not available for Friday or Saturday's game. But now here, the Govs have everybody available still going into the weekend with that 11-1 win here in game number 1 over the Huron Tigers. Nolan Staley is going to pick up the loss. Gave up 5 unearned runs, and then another 3 unearned runs given to Tommy Martin, as a total of only 3 runs were earned against the Huron Tigers in that first game. So Pierre did a really good job of making Huron pay for the mistakes that they made, and were able to score a lot of unearned runs to pick up an 11-1 win in game 1 of our doubleheader. So Bryson Wallman with the win, Nolan Staley with the loss. Time of the ball game was an hour and 47 minutes. 11 runs, 15 hits, 1 error, 9 men left on base, 1 run, 5 hits, 7 errors, and 9 men left on base for Huron. In the ball game, and Parker O'Brien went 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. He also had Will Eilers go 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Will Danberg had 2 RBIs, going 2 for 3 in the ball game with a RBI sac fly in there as well. An RBI for Carter Schuffelbein and Porter Hunsley. Trip Lindekugel went 3 for 4, 1 home run shy of the cycle. A single in the first, a double in the 4th, and a triple in the 6th, with an RBI in there as well. And Bridger Babcock with the base hits, as was that everybody in the lineup other than Porter Hunsley. So 8 of the 9 guys got a base hit in the lineup for the Governors. Hudson Stosher went 0 for 3 with a walk. But everybody reached base at least once in the 9 guys that came to the plate, with 15 hits in total for the Pierre Governors in that first game of our doubleheader. So we will have game number 2 coming up here from Clock Field, coming up in just somewhere around 25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes or so. We'll have that on the way here in just a little bit. We'll hear from News Director Zach Nelson and what was the 5 o'clock news coming up here in the end of the 6 o'clock hour for you. As we'll have that, and we'll then return with our second game. If you're watching on YouTube, again, we'll have just one video here this season, baseball season. We'll keep it still going on at KCCR Sports. So we'll have that. You'll be able to hear News Director Zach Nelson's news, all that here in this one video, and then we'll come back with Game 2 here in just a little bit. So Game 2 is on the way, but the Pierre Governors win 11-1 in Game 1. We'll step aside for 4 minutes, then we'll hear from News Director Zach Nelson, and then we'll start to come back and get set for Game 2 of our doubleheader. You listen to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
If severe weather becomes as busy in South Dakota this year as it has been in areas to the south, people in Fort Pierre without a good storm shelter will have a new place to go. Stanley County Emergency Manager Dustin Baxter says the Expo Center in Fort Pierre has now been designated as a public severe weather shelter.
We currently have been using for the best way of saying it, the courthouse. Well, the courthouse is not ADA compliant. It doesn't have everything that it should have to be used as a shelter. When the Expo was built, it was built purposely with some reinforced walls, things like that, to use as a shelter. We've worked with their board and things like that and have secured that as a shelter. That truly is the shelter area for the city of Fort Pierre. That can hold the most people. It's the most accessible. It would be the best option for us.
Baxter admits the placement isn't the best.
Granted, it's on the south side of the Bad River, but we don't have a lot of other options. If we want other options, and we're looking at some grant options to do some things, but that's still going to be a very large price tag and several years down the road. The state is reintroducing the BRIC grant program with FEMA. We're looking at some of that stuff. We've explored some options with doing some potential upgrades at some point to meet some requirements for the Expo.
Baxter asked and was granted $570 for signage to alert citizens to the shelter location.
We came up with a 2-foot by 3-foot outside sign that'll face the parking lot. It'll say emergency storm shelter on it and have an arrow pointing towards the front doors. Then there's 2 12 by 18 signs. One will go just to the left of the main doors that says entrance around the corner. Because we all know if they see the big arrow that says entrance this way, they walk around, see the two big glass doors, they're just going to pull on them thinking, I can't get into the shelter. There'll be a sign there that directs them around because we're going to use the player and ref entrance as the entrance into the shelter.
Baxter has a 3-phase plan he wants to implement over a course of years as funding provides to increase protections and expand shelters across Stanley County. By the numbers, it's a light agenda tonight for the Pierre City Commission. There are 2 items in special business as proclamations will be made for Arbor Day and National Library Day. Then comes the consent calendar full of seasonal new hires for approval by the Commission. There is 1 hire each for the Street Department and Business Office. There are 21 seasonal outdoor pool cashiers, 15 pool lifeguards, and 20 seasonal Recreation Department new hires, all for approval on the consent calendar. The calendar also includes a raffle request filed by River of Life and claims and meeting minute approval. The only regular business item for the Pierre City Commission tonight is a request to bid for landfill bale bags. The bid is an annual bid considered by the Commission each year. Commissioners will give any dialogue before the meeting ends. The Pierre City Commission meets tonight at 5:30 p.m. at the Pierre Municipal Building. The meeting is open to the community. A fundraising effort is underway in Fort Pierre to raise money to help student athletes achieve more. Libby Shearer has seen the difference additional training has had on her son after an injury.
About 2 years ago, my son had a really bad injury and had to rehab from that and missed out on the end of basketball season, and he eats, sleeps, and breathes basketball. So we wanted to kind of give him a leg up going into the next school year. So that was when I signed him up to do high performance with Scott, and I drank the Kool-Aid. The kid could not run when he started the program. He couldn't fully extend his stride. There was lots of things, and now we've built explosiveness, just all the things that have come from it.
Shearer says Stanley County's recent appearance in the state basketball championship exposed a shortfall.
We have some absolutely incredible athletes, but it is very apparent that all of the other bigger A schools have this training type program. We are fortunate enough that we have High Performance Sports Academy in town, and they have partnered with us to help create this fundraiser so that we can get all of the Stanley County High School athletes sponsored so that they can do a program in the off season at no cost to them.
Shearer says the community is getting behind the effort.
So it's been pretty incredible. I've had a lot of local businesses that think that this is really cool and are offering to sponsor one athlete every year for the next 3 or 4 years. And parents, a lot of the parents, so we're getting a discount from High Performance. Typically the 12-week program is $400. For us, it's going to be $300 an athlete. So there's a lot of parents that were already planning to send their kid this summer that are taking advantage of the discount and donating it so that we can continue to build it and grow.
The effort needs approximately $22,000 to give all 75 Stanley County student athletes the chance to take part in the academy. The Stanley County School District is holding the funds for the effort. The U.S. Attorney's Office in South Dakota has collected over $9.5 million from convicted criminals in the office's 2025 fiscal year. That money accounts for criminal fines, restitution, loan defaults, bankruptcy, forfeiture, and affirmative civil enforcement efforts. The South Dakota office worked in partnership with other offices and the Federal Department of Justice to recover an additional $16.7 million. $8.9 million of that was the result of criminal convictions. Just over $8.8 million was returned to crime victims by way of restitution. Remaining funds were placed in the Federal Crime Victims Fund. The forfeiting of assets netted even more cash in the form of over $65 million. U.S. Attorney Ron Parsons credits the hard work of the financial litigation and asset recovery units for doing everything they can to ensure crime victims are made as whole as possible after a conviction. And they're supposed to help you, but new technology is making some headlights hard to handle for some drivers. A recent survey by AAA says over half of drivers struggle with headlight glare.
6 in 10 drivers say that glare is a problem after dark, and nearly 3/4 of those affected believe it has worsened over the past decade. It's become a major source of frustration and concern for millions of drivers. As vehicle lighting technology evolves, we have to make sure that our understanding of glare its impact and the steps drivers can take to maintain safety.
Sean Stewart with AAA South Dakota says headlight glare is getting worse for drivers.
Headlight glare continues to worsen for U.S. drivers, with 73% of those who experience it saying the problem has intensified over the past decade. Most drivers who experience glare cite oncoming headlights as the primary cause, as you can expect, with 92% identifying that as their top concern. And then about 1/3 also report glare issues in their rear view or side mirrors being a concern while they're driving.
Stewart says there are ways to mitigate the impacts of bright lights while driving.
Some of the rear view mirrors help mitigate some of that glare from behind you. You'll see that in a lot of the newer vehicles. At night, when there's vehicles behind you, it just lessens that brightness in the rear view mirror. Vehicle manufacturers are always taking this into account as they develop their headlights, and that's an ongoing process. As we've gone into more LED headlights, they've certainly gotten brighter, and so that's something that vehicle manufacturers need to continue to work on.
Other AAA headlight survey findings include that 70% of those who wear glasses experience more glare than those who don't, at 56%. Pickup drivers are less likely to report glare issues, and female drivers report more issues with glare than male drivers. With your Riverfront Broadcasting News, I'm News Director Zach Nelson reporting. News anytime online at kccrradio.com.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong, built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pure Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pure Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pure Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zanders has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zanders, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
Did you know a well-maintained AC will last up to 40% longer? Save money and extend the life of your equipment with AirTech Heating and Cooling. From Oneida to Fort Pierre, we help homeowners and businesses slash their energy costs with high-efficiency cooling systems and precision maintenance. Don't let a dirty filter or low refrigerant drain your wallet this summer. Experience the AirTech advantage. Call AirTech today at 605-945-0160 to join our maintenance program. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned, keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
As we welcome you back, we are set for Game 2 of our doubleheader as Oakley Anderson is on the mound, finishing up his warm-up tosses here shortly, and then we will get things rolling for our second game, as it is, again, Anderson that will be on the mound. And for the Pierre Governors, their batting order will look like this. It is Carter Shuffleby to lead things off, followed by Porter Hunsley, the center fielder, Sudden Sunshine, the catcher, batting third, Trip Lindekugel, who was a home run shy of the cycle in game number 1. He's batting fourth to the third baseman. Parker O'Brien's the left fielder, batting fifth. Jackson Goodman, the DH, will bat sixth. Alec Eiler is the first baseman, batting seventh. Jaron Deal, the right fielder, batting eighth.
The second game between the Pierre Governors
and Brecken Furman, the second baseman, will bat ninth here for the Govs in game number 2.
Oakley Anderson and 32, Parker Bischoff. To lead off for Pierre, number 10, Carter Scheffelbein.
And so it is Parker Bischoff that's going to be behind the plate, by the way. And for our second game, Oakley Anderson will deliver the first pitch, and we are underway as that first pitch is taken on the inside edge for strike one, as we are underway here at 7-11 in game number 2. Glad you're with us here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Governors take game number 1, 11-1, and now looking for a doubleheader sweep and win 10 in a row for the Govs. This is going to be a fly ball to shallow right field, coming in a long run, sliding and making the catch out in right field.
By Zach Shear out in right field.
As Shear makes the catch, and there is one down in a highlight reel play to start the ball game. And so Shear retires Carter Shufflbein. Let's see. Oh, he's already had try to get that replay in there, but had already made the catch. Here is Hunsley, the first pitch that is fouled back, going right to the press box, or right to the concession stand.
Still worth $1, courtesy of our
there's
sponsor
an 0-1 count
Sun
here to
Gold
Porter
Sports.
Hunsley. Hunsley looking for his first hit, still here in now game number 2. 0-1 pitch is fouled back into the midst of Parker Bischoff, and there's 0-2 count now here to the number 2 man. Oakley Anderson is the starting pitcher here in game number 2. Here's the 0-2. Hunsley with a fly ball to center field. Now coming in, it will be the right fielder and Shear to make the catch, and there's now 2 down.
Shear shags another one out in right field for the second out. Brings to the plate number 3, Sutton Sunshine.
It was Corbin Brock who's out in center, who had it for a moment when it first looked like it was going to go right out to him, and then he came charging in. But Shear was able to call him off and has gotten both guys retired now as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1 to Sutton Sunshine. There's 2 down here in the top of the first inning in game 2 of our doubleheader between Pierre and Huron. That one's up high. The count's now 2-0 to Sutton Sunshine. Shreve is the shortstop. He will bat third as we'll go through the batting order here in that bottom of the first inning for the Huron Tigers. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 3-0. So far, Zach Shear has been the guy that's with that sliding catch, big part of this top of the first inning. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. Here to Sutton Sunshine. little bit of wind starting to pick up here, blowing towards home plate. Here's a pitch to Sun and Shine. That one's grounded foul. And now fills the count at 3-2. I think he said something about 2-1, but that could not be the case. Should not be the case. But either way, here's the next pitch to Sun and Shine. That's a fly ball, line drive to left field. That will drop in for a base hit in front of Tice Huber. And there is a two-out single for Sun and Shine. And there is a runner on at first. Here with 2 outs. We'll get a courtesy runner. And trying to see.
Runner for the catcher for Pierre, number 5.
It is Will Danberg. Trying to see if it couldn't have been number. I thought it was number 3 for a second, but it could have been number 3. It's Sun and Shine's number, who just got the base hit. So it is Danberg that is on at first with 2 outs here in the top of the first. As he is now the courtesy runner. Jaron Deal was the courtesy runner in game 1. He is now the right fielder in game 2, just like Danberg was the right fielder in game number 1. Lyndon Kugel with 3 hits in game number 1, going 3 for 4. First pitch swinging out towards right center field. Backing up, though, is going to be Shear to make the catch. He's got all 3 outs.
Third out,
no runs. Hit 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. No score between Pierre and Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the first. There is no score on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. And it is here for the Governors. They will have Hudson Schaefer on the mound in this ball game. And they will go through the Huron Tigers starting lineup, as it'll be Oakley Anderson, the pitcher, to lead things off. Parker Bischoff, the catcher, will bat second. It'll then be Elijah Shreve to be batting third, the shortstop in game number 2. Zach Shear, the right fielder, is batting fourth. Tommy Martin, the third baseman, batting fifth. Tice Huber, the left fielder, will bat sixth. Batting seventh is Corbin Brock, the center fielder. First baseman Sean Janes will bat eighth, and Chase Schuhart, the second baseman, is batting ninth for the Huron Tigers. Hudson Schaefer on the mound for the Governors. This will be his first outing of the season, as he has not pitched yet this spring. Schaefer
started off for the Tigers.
On the side of
Anderson.
The hitting side is got 1 hit with 3 RBIs, but now looking to have his first chance to throw here this season, as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1 to Oakley Anderson, the pitcher, who was only retired once in game number 1. It was a strikeout from Bryson Wallman to finish out his 6-inning complete game after Anderson walked the first 3 times he came to the plate, and it's now a 2-0 count. Here to leadoff man in the bottom of the first inning. Schaefer works from the stretch with nobody on base. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll be high and outside. Counts now 3-0. So far that relief point is not a little bit too high on that release point, why everything's high and outside. 3-0 pitch. That'll miss outside, and this is
Anderson
now a
draws a
4-pitch
leadoff
walk,
walk.
and leadoff man is on base to kick off the bottom of the first inning.
Parker Bischoff.
And now it's Parker Bischoff, the catcher, to the plates. Defensively for the Governors, it is Parker O'Brien out left, Porter Hunsley in center, Jackson Goodman at right, and one step ahead of myself. Linda Kugel at third, Carter Schuffelbein at short, Brecken Furman at second. Alec Eilers is the first baseman. Showing bunt, pulling it back and taking it for strike one is Parker Bischoff. Sun and shine behind the plate. Hudson Schaefer on the mound for the Governors. Here's the 0-1. Showing bunt again. Missing the bunt on the curveball was Bischoff. And the count's now 0-2. Bischoff, he was removed pretty early in that game. Cooper Bischoff came out because he had a right leg injury. Bischoff had the RBI. There's a swing and a miss, a 3-pitch strikeout after a 4-pitch walk.
For the first out of the
Bischoff strikes out in 3 pitches, and there's now 1 down.
Elijah Shreve.
And now it's Elijah Shreve, the shortstop, to the plates. Shreve was the guy that came in place of Parker Bischoff. He went just 0 for 1. He hit in the 4th inning, but did not hit again in the 5th or the 6th. So now it's Shreve, the number 3 hitter. Pickoff attempt over at first and diving back in safely. One on and one out here in the bottom of the first inning, game 2 of our doubleheader. Here's the first pitch to Elijah Shreve. Swing and a miss for strike one. After, again, 4 pitches for a walk, 4 straight for a walk. It's now been 4 straight strikes for Hudson Schaefer. As he'll come set from the stretch, and here is now the 0-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and had him all tied up in knots for Elijah Shreve. Not the swing that he was hoping to have. Now the confidence may be flowing for Schaefer, and maybe a little less confidence at the plate right now for Shreve after that swing. Here's the 0-2. Another curveball, ground ball to the right side. Be fielded by the second baseman. Flip to second for one. Shufflebein to first. It is going to be out at first. It's a 4-6-3 double play from Furman to Shufflebein to Eilers. And that will retire the side. No runs, no hits, no hitters, and no one left on base. 1 complete here in Huron, and it is no score between Pierre and Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
It is the top of the second, and no score on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard, as it is going to be 5, 6, and 7 here for the Governors. Parker O'Brien, Jackson Goodman, and Alec Eilers. Anybody reaches base, it'll then be Jaron Deal. And for the first time, I believe, this season, that Dirk Campbell has texted and said, "Go Cubs," that the Cubs are not in last place in the NL Central. Trying to get the standings alone. I know they're not in last place, but they've moved into a 3-way tie of second place and a half game ahead of last place. Pittsburgh and St. Louis and the Cubs are all 13-9. A game and a half back, and the Reds are 15-8. And the Brewers, who are in last place, are 12-9, which would be, if you move them into the AL, into just the American League, they're in first place in every division except for they be in second behind the New York Yankees in the AL East.
To start off the
That's how
second
good the
inning
NL
for Peter,
Central has been so
number
far.
0, Parker O'Brien.
So a little bit of love for the Chicago Cubs, but that NL Central right now, there's still a lot of baseball left, and they talked about no team and no division has ever had everybody over a winning record at the end of a season. The way those 5 teams have started, again, probably unlikely because there hasn't been a whole lot of division games that have been played yet, as the first pitch to Parker O'Brien is taken low for ball 1. But boy, we might see every one of those teams be over 500 at the end of April. Here's a ground ball by O'Brien over to third. Nice stab over there at third by Tommy Martin. The throw to first is going to be in
Great
time.
snag by Tommy Martin over
And
there
a good
at
play
third.
there by Martin. And the
For
leadoff
a
man is
5-2
retired
putout
here
for the first out
in
of
the
inning.
top of the
Brings to
second.
plate for Pierre, the
And it
DH,
brings up
number
Jackson
25.
Goodman, the DH.
Jackson Goodman.
So 1 down here in the top of the second. Jackson Goodman to the plate for the first time here today. 429 batting average. He's got 2 doubles, 9 hits overall, 3 runs scored for Jackson Goodman, as that first pitch is high and outside for ball 1. An OPS at 978 for Goodman. Again, these young guys for Pierre that are getting their first varsity experience, the moment's not been too big for a lot of these guys. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. I mean, there's, you look at where they're at in the top of the order. 4 of the 5 guys got plenty of experience last year in varsity baseball and had been maybe for a couple of years now, but there's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. But a guy like Trip Lindekugel, who's hitting cleanup, a guy like Jackson Goodman, Alec Eilers, Jaron Deal got some playing time last year as well, but Brecken Furman, his first varsity at-bats in first varsity season, as that is fouled away on the right side.
Foul ball worth $1.
And it remains at 1-2. Well, these guys are all playing very well in these spots. And whenever they get a chance and their name called, they're making the most of it. 1-2 pitch. There's a sharp ground ball to the left side on the backhand. It's fielded by the shortstop and Shreve, and he's got no play. And there is a one-out base runner here for the Govs. Second time that they've got a man on base.
Goodman reaches on the air at shortstop.
It'll be an air charge
Number
to
31.
Shreve, the shortstop.
Alec Eilers.
Now it's Alec Eilers to the plate. Will Eilers went 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Alec Eilers, as he comes in, he is hitting 167, a double and 3 runs driven in the 4 hits that he has had. First pitch is missing low for ball 1. An OPS at 468 for Alec Eilers. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Oakley Anderson, the lefty. This is popped up on the infield, foul territory behind the plate, and a basket catch for Parker Bischoff.
Play by the catcher, Parker Bischoff.
And there's now 2 down here in the top of the second.
That will bring to the plate for Pierre, number 1,
interesting,
Jaron Deal.
where Bischoff just felt a little more comfortable turning it over, making the basket catch. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the second. Here is now Jaron Deal to the plate. First pitch to him will be upstairs for ball 1. Deal hitting 174 so far, but does have a triple and a home run. 4 runs driven in at the home run in Mitchell a couple weeks ago. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Deal. Swing and a miss, but it will get away from Parker Bischoff, and easily to second will go Goodman. And he is now in score position here with 2 outs. And a 1-1 count. Baseball has made its way into foul territory. But the count is 1-1. I was wondering what the umpire was maybe pointing to the third base dugout. And I'll go retrieve that ball that's found its way into the playing field. Here's a 1-1 though. Deal with the ground ball over to the shortstop, fielded by Shreve. His throw to first will retire Deal and put an end
grounds into a 6-3
to the
putout.
top of the second. No runs, no hits,
1 on after 1 error.
and 1 man left on base. We had 2. The bottom of the second, no score between Pierre and Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
Bottom of the second, and it is a no score on the American Family Insurance Brittany Schuffelbein scoreboard. And it's going to be 4, 5, and 6. Zach Shear, Tommy Martin, and Tice Huber. After the leadoff walk to Oakley Anderson on 4 pitches, it was 5 straight strikes from Hudson Schaefer to get a strikeout of Parker Bischoff, and then a double play, a 4-6-3 double play by Elijah Shreve on that ground ball. And that was the 12th double play turned by the Governors here on the season.
Batting right fielder number 4, Zach Shear.
And now at 15 games, this is their 16th game to have 12 double plays turned. It's an impressive stat. Here's a sharp line drive to Parker O'Brien, but it goes right to him. And 1 pitch and 1 out.
Right to the left fielder for the first
Couldn't hit that any better if you're Zach Shear.
Third baseman number 20.
And you
Tommy
really
Martin.
could not play in a better spot than what Parker O'Brien did. Again, he took maybe 2 steps, and that second step was just kind of making sure he kept his balance with the ball coming his way, and to crouch down to keep his balance to make that catch. First pitch swinging by Tommy Martin. He'll foul it back for strike 1. Ahead of the count is Hudson Schaefer. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss by Martin, and the count's now 0-2. And Schaefer looking for a second strikeout now. Coming up this weekend, or the rest of this week, we will have Game 3 of Buffalo and Boston in the NHL first round series on Thursday. That one is taken for strike 3, and there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the second. And the second strikeout here for Hudson Schaefer.
Plate left fielder number 5, Tice Huber.
And there is 2 away here in the bottom of the second. My Apple Watch is trying to listen to me while I'm doing the play-by-play and started playing Swing by Trace Atkins randomly. Here's the first pitch, missing low for ball 1, so it did hear me say the word swing. Here is Tice Huber, the left fielder. He's batting here with nobody on and 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Here's the 1-0 pitch to the lefty. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-1. Huber in game number 1 went 0 for 2, flew out to left, and also ground out to the second baseman. 1-1 count here with 2 outs. Nobody on in the bottom of the second. Hudson Schaefer comes set from the stretch. The 1-1 pitch. That is skied up on the infield. Brecken Furman will call for it, and he will make the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Hudson Schaefer. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base. We head to the top of the third. No score between Pierre and Huron here at Clock Field. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
It is the top of the third, and it is a scoreless game on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard, as it will be 9-1-2, Brecken Furman, Carter Shufflebine, and Porter Hunsley. And by reaching base, it'll go to Sutton Sunshine. We mentioned that coming up on Thursday is Game 3 of Boston and Buffalo in that NHL first-round series. Couple of scores, and if we have time, Portland and San Antonio will have the conclusion of that game. If we do have time, they're nearing the end of the first quarter of that game. Portland is leading San Antonio 27-24. Philadelphia has a 67-56 lead over Boston, and that is early on in that third quarter. Montreal and Tampa Bay are tied 1-1 on the NHL side, about midway point of the second period. That one is missing high for ball one to Brecken Furman. Buffalo and Boston are tied 0-0 at the end of the first period. Those are your playoff score updates from the NHL and the NBA. That one is outside. The count's now 2-0 to Brecken Furman, who is hitting for the first time in this doubleheader. .235 batting average, 4-17 so far. 3 runs driven in for Brecken Furman. 5 runs scored, looking for that first extra base hit of his young varsity career. That one will miss low. The count's now 3-0. You get to see Furman play quite a bit at short last Thursday. He played every inning at short last Thursday with Carter Shufflebine at the track and field meet at Rapid City. That one's over for a strike to make it now a 3-1 count. Now it's second baseman and helped turn that 4-6-3 double play in that bottom of the first inning. Here's a 3-1 to Furman. That one is outside. Home plate umpire maybe thought about making that call, but will end up being a leadoff walk to Furman. Third base runner now for the Govs. They had one on in the first and the second, but unable to score any runs in that first or second inning. But now it's back to the top of the order, and the leadoff man on base. First time the leadoff man has been on base for the Govs in this game. Shufflebine flew out to right on a sliding play by Zach Shearer to lead off the ball game. Showing bunt, bunts it up back to the mound. Oh, Anderson, the throw to first is going to get away from him, the first baseman. Shufflebine will take second quickly. Furman heads over to third. It will be an air charge to Oakley Anderson, and it's now second and third with nobody out.
Runners to second and third.
And Pierre is in business to bring up Porter Hunsley.
Porter Hunsley.
So Shufflebine with the bunt, and the throw to the first baseman was wide of the first baseman, Janes. Shufflebine might have beat it out anyway. We'll maybe see if that's ruled a hit and an error. It was going to be a close play at first. That first pitch is outside for ball one, and the fact that Anderson's a lefty makes it even harder for him to move to his left, pick it up, and then twist and turn. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one's fouled off the end of the bat, and the count's now 1-1 here to Porter Hunsley. They will give Shufflebine the hits, and then the error will be charged to get everybody up to second and third base. There's a ground ball to the right side. That'll get through for a base hit. 1 run will score. Shufflebine will round third. He will try and score. The throw coming to the plate. He'll slide in safe. Hunsley will take second on the throw. And a great job by Carter Shufflebine to slide in safely. And a great base hit to the right side by Porter Hunsley. And the Govs lead it 2-0 here here in the top of the third
You're
inning.
up 2-0. Brings to the
First
plate,
hit today for
number
Porter
3,
Hunsley's a big one.
Sunshine.
And Pierre has taken the lead for the first time here in game number 2 of our doubleheader and have yet to trail here today. 2 RBI single for Hunsley, advances to second on the throw. But it's now Sutton Sunshine who has the first hit of the ball game. That came back with 2 outs in the top of the first. First pitch is over for strike 1 to Sutton Sunshine. Runner on at second. Nobody out here in the top of the third. 2-0 lead now for the Governors. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss outside. The count's now 2-0. Shadows are creeping across. The mound is still completely open with the sun, but shadows all the way from the edge of the mound to home plate. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-1 to Sun and Shine. Hunsley leads away from second. 2-1 pitch from Anderson to Sun and Shine. That's upstairs. And the count's now 3-1. And Anderson thought maybe that one crossed at the letters. But the count goes to now 3-1. And the cleanup man, Linda Kugel, is on deck. 3-1 pitch. Here's a line shot that will get down for extra bases for Sun and Shine. It'll go all the way out to the wall. He's got himself a double. An RBI for Sun and Shine. And it's a 3-0 lead for the Govs here at the top of the third. He'll trade places
RBI double
with Porter Hunsley.
We'll bring to the plate cleanup hitter number 32, Trip Lindenkugel.
And now here is Lindenkugel to the plate. He's 0 for 1 in this game, but 3 for 5 in total as Danberg will go run for Sun and Shine. And for Sun and Shine, that is now his second double, but his 5th extra base hit. And with the RBI, that'll be his 13th RBI of the season. So now a 3-0 lead. Linda Kugel to the plate. That'll be missing low and inside for ball 1. 3 for 4 in game 1 with an RBI triple. Flew out to right field in the top of the first. He's 0 for 1 here in game number 2. But looking for his second RBI right now, trying to get a base hit. That is outside, and the count's 2-0 here to Linda Kugel. Parker O'Brien and then Jackson Goodman. Still nobody out here in the top of the third. 3 runs have already scored. A walk, a hit and an error, another base hit, and then a double as that counts now 2-1. And Will Danberg is running for Sun and Shine over at second base. 2-1 pitch. Linda Kugel goes the other way with it down the right field line, but that will slice foul, and that counts now 2-2. Pierre's looking for their 10th win in a row. Huron's trying to break a 10-game losing streak now. This is the longest winning streak since the Govs end up going on that long winning streak to win the state championship back in 2023. This will be grounded foul. And the count remains at 2-2. Still a lot of season left to go. They've got a shot to really break that winning streak that the 23 team had. They just couldn't play a whole lot of baseball games because of the weather that year. That one would be fouled back at the plate to stay alive again. That one went off of Parker Bischoff. That one stung him a little bit. And Linda Kugel will get another chance to still swing the bat. The shadows eventually give way, but if you're watching on YouTube at KCCR Sports, you can really see just cars driving by. You can see the silhouettes of the fans that are over to on the right field side and some of the cars that are parked there. If you look closely at the netting, hopefully that doesn't distract you from here on out until the shadows are all gone. Here's a 2-2 pitch again. That'll miss low. The count's now 3-2. And a good battle here to the cleanup man, Trip Lindekugel. The runner on at second, nobody out here in the top of the third. 3 runs have already scored. 3-2 pitch to Lindekugel. Ground ball right up the middle for a base hit. Rounding third is Danberg. He will try, he will hold up at third. That throw was high, but right on the money towards the plate. And it is a base hit for Lindekugel, who is now got his 4th hit of the ball game.
Parker O'Brien.
And the runners are at first and third with nobody out. And it's Parker O'Brien with a chance to add on to his great day. He's 0 for 1 in this game, but he's 3 for 5 overall with 2 runs driven in, looking for his 3rd RBI of the day. Oakley Anderson, who allowed just 1 man left on base in the first and second inning. Here's the first pitch. That one's fouled right back to the netting for strike 1. But a walk, infield single, and the bunt single by Shufflebein. The air helped move guys over. It didn't really matter too much because it was a base hit for Hunsley, a double for Sun and Shine, now a single for Lindekugel. He's made this 3-0 here with nobody out in the top of the 3rd inning. This will bounce in. Good block there by Parker Bischoff. And evens the count at a ball to strike. Jackson Goodman waits on deck. And go to Alec Eilers as well. Although Anderson's looking for a ground ball right here. That will bounce in again. Another good block there by Parker Bischoff. 2-1 count. Nobody out here in the top of the 3rd. Runners at the corners. Here for the Governors, leading 3-0. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball to the left side. That's going to get past the outstretched arm of Tommy Martin. Another RBI single. And it's a base hit for Parker O'Brien. His 3rd RBI today. And it's a 4-0 lead for the Govs.
Scores another run. Runners on first and second for Pierre. Brings to the plate.
And now it's going to be
number
Jackson
25.
Goodman to the plate.
Jackson Goodman.
4th single today for Parker O'Brien. 3rd RBI today. He's now 1 for 2 in game number 2. Jackson Goodman reached on an air in the top of the 2nd inning. He's left stranded over at second. He's got an RBI opportunity here for the Governors. He's showing bunt, though, and will bunt it over towards the 3rd base side. Anderson's only play will be to first, and he will throw that one wide, and another run will come in to score. They're going to hold O'Brien over a 3rd. It's now a 5-0 lead for the Governors, and it's 2nd and 3rd here with nobody out.
Goodman lays down
so
a good bunt.
Goodman with another good
run.
bunt, with a throw wide from Oakley Anderson.
Pierre has runners at 2nd and 3rd with no outs.
And it's now a 5-0 lead, and time will be called, and Coach Bow will make his way out. See if Anderson, if it's just a chance to kind of slow everything down here, or if they're going to make a change on the mound. I think Anderson will stay on the mound right now. Alec Eilers is now the man at the plate. Popped out in foul territory in that top of the 2nd. And again, Anderson, I think he's going to stay put. Just again, conversation here from Coach Babel, and then just to slow everything down and try and reset here with a 5-0 lead for the Govs in this top of the 3rd. Still nobody out. 5 runs have already scored.
After the visit
a walk,
mound,
2 singles, a double, another single, and then an error. And now it's here for Alec Eilers. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Eilers popped out behind home plates in his first at-bat, but he's got 2 RBI opportunity here. The runner's at second and third, nobody out. That'll bounce in. Good block there by Parker Bischoff. Jaron Deal, who made the third out in the top of the second, is due up next. And he's got a chance to hit still with nobody out in this inning. That is if Eilers can reach base. He'll sky this one up on the right side. Long run in from the right fielder. Second baseman will call for to make the catch. They will fake the tag for O'Brien over at third. And there's now one down
Eilers
here.
pops out to second base.
In the
runners stay put.
Top of the 4th inning, and now we will have a pitching change because Coach Bow will make his way out. And he will have to take Anderson out of the ball game. So there's one down here in the top of the 3rd. Pitching change upcoming here for the Huron Tigers, and we will step aside and come back here in 1 minute. 5-0 lead for Pierre in the top of the 3rd. Back in a minute on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
So Zach Shear is now on the mound for the Huron Tigers. Oakley Anderson will make his way out to the outfield. We'll see where he goes. Shear is coming in from right, but the way everybody's kind of set up right now, maybe Anderson will be left and Huber will move over to center and Brock will move to right. We'll see how it is by the time that Shear will finish his warm-up tosses. For Zach Shear, he has so far thrown 2 2/3 innings. Both of his appearances were relief appearances. 7 hits, 11 runs, 8 of them earned. He has 5 walks, 3 strikeouts, an ERA at 21, and a whip at 4.5, batting average against at 412 for Zach Shear. And he won't be able to close the book yet on Oakley Anderson, as he's responsible for the guys out at second and third base. Although one of those 2 guys will be for unearned run if Jackson Goodman does come to score. But right now it is Oakley Anderson, 2 1/3 innings pitched. He gave up those 5 hits. He had 1 walk, no strikeouts. He threw 50 pitches. And I believe 2 unearned runs against Oakley Anderson. Let's see here. Anderson will be in center field.
Anderson into center field, moves Brock over to right field. To the plate.
There is your answer
Number 1,
there.
Jaron Deal.
The first pitch from Shear will miss for ball 1. Runners are at second and third. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. There's a high fly ball to left field, going back towards the wall. It is going to hit the base of the wall, and 2 runs are going to come in to score. Deal's on his way over to third. The throw will come in. He will slide in safely with a 2 RBI triple.
Deal with a 2-run triple.
And it's now a 7-0 ball game.
Brings to the plate number 40, Brecken Furman.
And so Furman now to the plates. It's a 2-run triple. And a 7-0 lead for the Governors. here in the top of the third inning. Brecken Furman, who led off this inning with a walk. This ball starts to get away from the catcher and Parker Bischoff, not far enough away for Deal to try and score. Deal just missed his second home run by a matter of maybe a foot or two. As Shear will relace his shoe. So one down here in the top of the third. Furman's second trip to the plate here in the inning. He will sky this out to center field. Deal will look to tag. Diving is Oakley Anderson to make the catch. Coming in to score is going to be Jaron Deal. A diving catch by Anderson, but it is going to be a sacrifice fly and an 8-0 lead now for the Governors with 2 outs here in the top of the third inning.
The leadoff hitter, number 10.
So sac fly RBI for Brecken Furman. And now the bases are completely clear. As Carter Shufflebein to the plate. First pitch, he'll swing and foul that one out of play on the right side for strike
Foul
one.
ball on a play. Worth $1 at the concession stand. Courtesy of our sponsor tonight, Sun Gold Sports.
Shufflebein is 1 for 2. He singled on the bunt attempt. He got to second on the throwing error. That'll miss outside. The count's now 1-1. So 7 runs are charged to Oakley Anderson, with 4 of those being earned runs, as the count's now 2-1. Jaron Deal is credited to Zach Shear now with that run scoring. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Shufflebein. There's a fly ball that's going to be out of play on the right side, and is now a 2-2 count.
Another $1.
Shadows have officially left.
Watch for cars.
The behind home plate, or at least where you're trying to look in from YouTube at KCCR Sports. 2-2 pitch to Shufflebein. There's a fly ball towards left center field. That's going to get over the head of everybody and going to go all the way out towards the wall. Shufflebein will make his way around second. He will stop there with the double. And it's a 2-out double for Shufflebein, his second hit of the inning, and he's now 2 for 3 in the ball game.
Porter Hunsley.
And Porter Hunsley now to the plate. Hunsley had the 2 RBI single that kind of did get everything going. It was the first 2 runs that scored the ball game for Pierre. And 6 runs later, he's got a chance to get his 3rd RBI of this inning. Eight 8-0 here in the top of the third. All 8 runs in this inning here for the Governors. First pitch popped up on the right side. Is going to be called for. The second baseman is over to make the catch and retire the side. As Shukart will
to the second baseman.
make the catch and retire
Here does a
here
ton of
in
damage in
the top of the third inning. It was a 8-run inning for Pierre in the top of the third. They lead it 8-0 over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebein Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
It is now the bottom of the third inning, an 8-0 lead here for the Governors over the Huron Tigers. John Winkler with you on this Tuesday night. Liza Mayer back in the studios As you're listening to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station, is rolling up to 8 o'clock on this Tuesday evening.
Brock, Janes, and Schuhart.
It is Corbin
First up,
Brock,
number 14,
Sean Janes,
right fielder Corbin Brock,
and Chase Schuhart be the first three hitters. 7, 8, 9 for Huron. This is still the first time through the order, where the Governors are going through their third time through the order now. And they'll have 3, 4, and 5 due up in the top of the fourth inning. First pitch to Corbin Brock. Ground ball over to Lyndon Kugel over at third. He will field his throw across the diamond. Will be in time, and the leadoff man is retired here in the bottom of the third inning.
Out brings to the plate first baseman.
And it brings up Sean James.
Number 9, Sean James.
I was just going to talk about for Hudson Schaefer, you love the run support that you got, but sometimes the pitcher, you kind of like to stay in a little bit of a rhythm, and you don't necessarily like to see, I mean, you do, but you don't at the same time, to see 12 guys come to the plate in one inning. Because you start to get a little bit tight. Here's another ground ball in the hole. That's going to get just past Schuffelbein into left field for a base hit.
The infield for
and the first hit of the ball game for the Huron Tigers.
Second baseman.
And it brings up
Chase
now
Schuhart.
Chase Schuhart. But you maybe start to lose a little bit of your momentum, or at least a little bit of your rhythm. But Hudson Schaefer got the first out on a ground ball. That second pitch was a ground ball. How about a ground ball here to get you out of the inning on a 3-pitch inning, turning a double play? First pitch, that'll be outside for ball 1, so no 3-pitch inning for Schaefer. One of the rarities is you could possibly still get a 3-pitch inning, because if you get the first 2 outs on 2 pitches, most coaches tell you just take a pitch. But after that guy gets the base in the second pitch, you feel like you're wanting to swing a little bit too. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll come inside, missing for ball 2. The count's 2-0. But Pierre in the top of the fourth, they'll have 3, 4, and 5. And they're going to be looking to try and add to this 8-0 advantage. Here's the 2-0. This will be popped up foul. That will be in the stands. And Chad Babcock with the catch. He throws it right back into play. And a good catch by Chad Babcock. You could have got $1 off of it too. Okay, right to him, made the catch, and returned the ball immediately right back to the field of play. Counts 2-1. Hudson Schaefer will come set from the stretch. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That'll miss, slow and away, and the count's now 3-1. On first is Sean James. Chase Schuhart, the number 9 man, will go back to the top of the order, with Oakley Anderson waiting on deck. 3-1 pitch. That'll be ball 4, and the second walk now issued by Hudson Schaefer.
Schuhart draws a walk.
And it's first and second.
Tigers have runners at first
with
and
only
second,
1 out,
plate.
and it's
Center
now Oakley
fielder,
Anderson.
number 7, Oakley Anderson.
Again, Hudson Schaefer still looking for that ground ball to try and get out of this inning quickly. First and second with 1 out. Schaefer comes set from the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Anderson. There's a fly ball towards right field. Right there is going to be Goodman to make the catch. He will throw it in quickly. And no
Anderson
tag.
flies out to right field for the second out.
And almost
Brings
got
the
doubled
Lakers
off
catcher, number
at
32,
second base because
Parker
Goodman
Bischoff.
got it back in so quickly. There's now 2 down. And it brings up Parker Bischoff. So 2 away here in the bottom of the third. Hudson Schaefer looking to get through this third inning. And again, even though he had the base hit and the walk and back-to-back plate appearances, he can still get through this relatively quickly here in terms of pitch count. And this will be flown out to right side near the first baseman. Alec Eilers will call for it, makes the catch, and that will retire the side here in the bottom of the third. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We've played 3 in an 8-0 lead for Pierre over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs, of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating. Stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Back here at Clock Field in Huron, it is a 8-0 lead for the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. And the Govs will have 3, 4, and 5. Sun and Shine, Trip, Lyndon Kugel, and Parker O'Brien. Which, by the way, that I messed up. Jaron Deal is actually on right field, not Jackson Goodman. Goodman's the DH. Deal is out in right. He was the one that fired that in so quickly. I had it right on the score sheet. Just didn't have it right on my defensive side of the score sheet. So I appreciate Megan helping me out to make sure that I got that corrected. And I apologize to Jaron, too. He is nearly had that home run. Missed it by a foot. Hit the bottom of the fence out in left field. Nearly had his second home run. He's the only guy with the home run right now for the Governors. And nearly took sheer deep, which was the first guy that he faced, and turned into a triple for Jaron Deal. Sun and Shine, Trip, Linda Kugel, and Parker O'Brien, 3, 4, and 5. First pitch swing, ground ball over to the shortstop. It is back into by Shreve at short. It's throw to first, and 1 pitch and 1 out.
Sun and Shine.
Here to lead off the top of the 4th inning.
Put out for the first out.
And it brings up
hitter,
Trip Linda Kugel.
Linda Kugel.
Linda Kugel is 1 for 2 in this game. He's a home run away from the cycle in the 2 games combined. He had a single, double, and triple in game number 1. Last time we saw a cycle of any kind, that was Matt Hansen a couple of years ago during post-state baseball. That one's over for a strike. Obviously, it'd be a little bit different here for Linda Kugel in a doubleheader to get that cycle, but still would be an impressive day. 0-1 pitch, that is outside, and the count's now 1-1. He is 1 for 2, 3 for 4 in game number 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That is out upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. And for Linda Kugel, that OPS at 1.29, excuse me. That is the highest on the team. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 3-1. Carter Shuffleby's got an OPS of 1.23. The only 2 guys that OPS over 1,000. On base percentage at .667, slugging at .619 for Linda Kugel. That pitch will be taken for a strike at the bottom of the zone, and the count's now full at 3-2 here to the cleanup man. Shufflebine's .690 slugging percentage is the only one higher than Linda Kugel's at .619. Ground ball to the right side and another base hit. It'll be his 5th hit today. 2 for 3 in game number 2.
Linda Kugel with a
and there is a runner on with 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning.
Parker O'Brien.
And it brings up Parker O'Brien. O'Brien is 1 for 2, an RBI single back in that top of the 3rd inning, part of that 8-run inning. First pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Look at some of the final scores from around the states. Jefferson beats Brookings 7-4. I believe that might have been yesterday. Washington beat Brookings 12-4. Jefferson has beaten Mitchell 12-3. Harrisburg over Watertown with a 4-1 win. The count's now 1-1. O'Gorman beat Yankton 6-2. Brandon Valley beat Roosevelt 7-1. As this one will be skied out towards right field. Long run coming in. It will drop on the line. It's a fair ball, and it will scoot away. Lyndon Kugel almost missed second base as he was trying to round it to go to third. But it's going to be another single for O'Brien.
And
it's first and second, and he continues to have himself a heck of a ball game in this for the day today.
Jackson Goodman.
Jackson Goodman, the DH, who has reached base twice on an error. That is the 5th hits for O'Brien. 5 hits for Lyndon Kugel and 5 hits for O'Brien at the 4 and 5 position. Boy, you can't ask for a much better day from your number 4 and 5 hitters. As the first pitch is over for strike 1 to Jackson Goodman. He's been on base twice, reaching on an error in the 2nd and 3rd inning. That'll be outside. The count's now 1-1. Minimum is 5 innings to be played, so if Pierre can score 2 more runs to get these 2 guys in to score, they still have to go through that 4th and 5th innings to try and win a shortened ball game. This will get to the backstop, and both runners will move up 90 feet. It's now 2nd and 3rd with 1 out.
Runners advance on the wild pitch.
And so an opportunity for Jackson Goodman to drive in both runs. He's got 3 RBIs so far in the season. Coming in hitting .429 on the year. And he's got a chance here as we'll go to the windup for Zach Shear. And that'll get to the backstop of the pitch that was high. Lyndon Kugel will come in to score to make it now a 9-0 game. And Parker O'Brien moves up to third. And the count's now 2-1 to Goodman.
3-1.
Make that 3-1 the count. And now it's a 9-0 lead here for the Governors. Next pitch to Goodman. It'll miss outside, and that will be ball 4.
Goodman
and it's now
draws the
1st and 3rd with only 1 out. And it's Alec Eilers.
Alec Eilers.
So Eilers to the plate. He's got a chance to make this a 10-0 ball game. He's 0 for 2. Popped out in foul territory behind home plate. Then he also popped out to the second baseman and Schuhart that went out to right field to make the play. Shearer looks at his armband that he had to take off and put in the back pocket. See what play is on here with runners at 1st and 3rd. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1 to Alec Eilers. We'll see if Goodman maybe gets a green light to steal at some point. 0-1 pitch, that will bounce in. Good block there. That's a really good block from Parker Bischoff. Keeps us a 9-0 game right now. Here's now the 1-1. That will bounce in again. Another good block from Parker Bischoff. And the count's now 2-1. 2-1 pitch. That's upstairs. And the count's now 3-1. On deck, Jaron Deal, who's 1 for 2 with that 2 RBI triple. That'll be upstairs, and the bases are now loaded. A 1-out walk,
draws a walk to fifth,
issued
to
to Alec Eilers.
Still with 1 out, brings to the plate number 1, Jaron Deal.
So Jaron Deal, who just missed a home run, now to the plate with the bases loaded. They can really break this thing open. We're a 10-plus run lead. The infield is drawn in all the way around, so the ground ball, they're going to try and keep this a 9-0 deficit. The first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. Lights have not turned on yet here at Clock Field. They're going to turn them on here at some point soon. Still got 20 minutes till sunset, but we're starting to run out of daylight. 1-0 pitch. Deal will sky that one back, foul out of plate. Behind home plate and behind the press box, and the count's now 1-1.
Foul ball worth $1, courtesy of Sun Gold.
O'Brien's at third, Goodman at second, Eilers at first. 1-1 to Deal. That's on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. Deal's driven in 6 runs in the season. Looking for another RBI here. 1-2 pitch. That one will miss low, and the count's now 2-2. And Bischoff thought that one clipped the bottom of the zone. Didn't get the call for his pitcher, and the count's now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 from Shear. Deal with a high fly ball to center field. Oakley Anderson will go back. He will make the catch. Parker O'Brien will tag and will come in to score. He was about fourth of the way off to the base and had to go back to third. And he now makes it a 10-0 game on Deal's third RBI of the ball game. And there's now 2 down. But again, Pierre will have to get through the 4th and 5th inning. Sac fly RBI, third RBI of the ball game for Jaron Deal. 2 down here in the top of the 4th. This Brecken Furman to the plate. First pitch will miss low and away for ball 1. Huron will have 3, 4, and 5 in the bottom of the 4th inning. The 1-0 pitch. That'll get away from Bischoff, and everybody will move up 90 feet. Making it 2nd and 3rd now with the 2-0 count.
Count is 2-0.
Furman, who is 0 for 0 so far, he walked in the 3rd, then he had the sac fly RBI in that 3rd inning. Here's the 2-0 pitch to him. That one's on the outside edge for a strike. The count's now 2-1. Goodman's at 3rd, Eilers at 2nd. Two-one pitch. That's upstairs. It is now a 3-1 count. Carter Shufflebine waits on deck. He'd be the 8th man to come to the plate here in the 4th inning after having 12 guys bats in the 3rd. 3-1 pitch to Furman. That one's fouled right back to the netting, and the count's now full at 3-2.
Foul ball runs the count full, 3-2.
So a 3-2 count with 2 outs. To Brecken Furman with runners at 2nd and 3rd. Here's the payoff pitch. There's a line shot to left field. That will be, though, right to the left fielder, Huber, to make the catch and retire the side here in the top of the 4th inning. But another 2-run score for the Governors as they get 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. It is a 10-0 lead for Pierre over Huron as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the 4th. Pierre Governors lead at 10-0 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. As it will be Elijah Shreve, Zach Shear, and Tommy Martin to the plates. He might reach his base. It will then go to Tice Huber. Again, Pierre will have to get 6 outs still to win this game in 5 innings. They have to play 5 completes.
To the plate for the Tigers, number 12, your shortstop, Elijah Shreve.
And Shreve, who is 0 for 1, grounded into that 4-6-3 double play to end that bottom of the 1st inning. He'll wait on that first pitch here from Hudson Schaefer. He'll swing at the first pitch and ground it over to Shufflebine at short. That'll eat him up, though, over at short, and that will be a leadoff error. And there's one on and nobody out.
Zach Shear.
You can see that hop coming from the start of that ground ball, that it was going to be a tough one for Schuffelbein, and it bounced off the leg. And the first error by the Governors, but only the second error in total today by Pierre. But now here's Zach Shear, and see if Schaefer can get a ground ball once again. First pitch swinging. There's a line shot for a base hit. 2 pitches and 2 guys on base. They quickly throw it in.
Nice live drive.
It was caught by Schuffelbein. Furman was reaching for it. I thought it got away from him. The lights are starting to come on here at Clock Field. It's getting a little bit harder for me to see where everybody's at, or where the ball's at when it's coming back in, especially with the netting. But it is first and second now with nobody out, and it's Tommy Martin to the plate, who struck out looking in the top of the at the bottom of the second. Here's the first pitch. That's upstairs for ball 1. Hudson Schaefer into his 4th inning of work. The Governors leading 10-0 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Schuffelbein scoreboard. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This will be flown out towards left center field. That's a long run for Parker O'Brien. He will slide. He will make the catch. They've got one guy maybe doubled off. Nope. I don't know if the runner at first touched second again. He may have. It's hard to tell. They had a chance to double him off, but there's now one down. What a sliding catch out in left center field by Parker O'Brien for the first out. And there's now one away with the runners at first and second. As Tice Huber to the plate. I don't know if the runner at first was maybe at the bag. Again, I can't even really tell where the bag's at second, but it almost looked like he just went straight back to first without tagging first, second again. Obviously now that pitch is thrown, so it doesn't matter one way or the other. But it's just hard to figure out. Like I said, I can't really see where any of the bases are at except for third. A lot of dirt all the way around those bases. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Tice Huber. Here's a line shot that's going to get over the head of Schuffelbein into left field. O'Brien will come up with it. The runners will stay at first, all at their bases. And the bases are now loaded here with
to the plate, your
one
right
out.
fielder number 14, Corbin Brock.
And it brings up Corbin Brock. Brock grounded out to the third baseman, Linda Kugel. Time will be called, and will allow Coach Prunty to come out and have a conversation with Coach, make that with Hudson Schaefer. No activity in the right field bullpen, but Coach Prunty, the man to come out. Coach Rowie sends him out to have the conversation to slow him up. Schaefer has only thrown 32 pitches to this point, with one out here in the bottom of the 4th. A lot of guys that were swinging on that first pitch. That was only the 3rd hit of the ball game, by the way, for Huron. He's got 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. Would love a ground ball right here from Corbin Brock. They'll have the corner. The corners are in. The middle are back. Because a ground ball, you'll come home with it in the corner. Try and get the double play started up the middle. First pitch swinging, and a swing and a miss by Corbin Brock for strike 1. Only pitch number 34 upcoming here from Hudson Schaefer. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss low, and the count's now 1-1. Govs will at the top of the order, due up in the top of the 5th inning. They may have to try and get potentially 1 or 2 runs back to go back up by 10. But Schaefer's still working here with a 1-1 count. Ground ball that is going to be foul to make it now a 1-2 count, and Schaefer will be looking for the strikeouts. Looking for his 3rd strikeout of the ball game is Hudson Schaefer. 1-2 count. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. A 10-0 lead for the Govs. Here's the 1-2 from Schaefer. Bouncing in, good block there by Sun and Shine. It might have bounced off the umpire as well, but either way, counts now 2-2. And Sun and Shine got over to block it up. At third is Elijah Shreve. Zach Shears at second. Tice Huber at first. And Corbin Brock trying to get Huron on the board for the first time in game 2. 2-2. Swing and a miss and a strikeout for Schaefer, and there's now 2 down.
Brock goes down swinging for the second out of the
And he
inning.
brings up Sean Janes to the plate.
Brings to the plate your first baseman, number 9, Sean Janes.
Janes got a base hit. He was the first hit of the ball game with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Schaefer looking to get out of this inning unscathed. Here's the first pitch. There's a fly ball, shallow center field. That will drop in front of Hunsley. 1 run will score. They will hold the other runner at third because Hunsley threw a strike to the plate.
James with an RBI
And
single.
it's an
to center
RBI
field.
single. And it's a 10-1
Bases
ball game.
loaded. Tigers do get a run in. Brings to the plate your second baseman.
And now it's
number
Chase
50,
Schuhart.
Chase Schuhart.
So the RBI for Janes makes it 10-1. So the Govs will need to, they want to try and win in 5 innings. We'll have to score a run in the, this will be popped up. Sun and Shine behind home plate. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 run does score on 3 hits in the inning. There is 1 error.
Tigers do get
And
one.
3 men left on base. We head to the top of the 5th. The 10-1 lead for Pierre over Huron. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
As we welcome you back, it is a 10-1 lead for the Pierre Governors in the top of the 5th inning. Top of the order here for the Govs. Carter Shufflebine, Porter Hunsley, and Sun and Shine. Anybody reaches base, they'll then go to Trip Linda Kugel. As we do have a new man on the mound for the Huron Tigers. As it will be to the mound, Tice Huber that will take over for Zach Shear. Here in the top of the 5th inning, and it is going to be, again, Shufflebine, Hunsley, and Sun and Shine. And we'll give you the totals here for Shearer that went 1 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts, through 41 pitches for Shear. By the way, Schaefer through 4 innings, he's only thrown 39 pitches through 4 innings. And that 1 run is an unearned run.
Coming to the plate for Pierre.
4 hits, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts.
Your leadoff hitter number 10, Carter Shufflebine.
Shufflebine is 2 for 3 in the ball game. He reached on the infield bunt single in the top of the 3rd inning, and then he doubled in the 3rd inning. And now he leads off here in the top of the 5th. And again, if Pierre can score a run in this top of the 5th inning, then they can go get the 3 outs in the bottom of the 5th and end it a couple innings early and get a 10-run rural win and a 10-game winning streak heading into Friday. Let's get the scoreboard all reset for you as well. We're in the top of the 5th, still not in the bottom of the 4th with bases loaded. Love to see the bases loaded for the Governors to lead off the inning, but it is Shufflebine. We'll go with the lefty-righty matchup as Huber will step to the plate. First pitch swinging. That's fouled back for strike 1. Tice Huber.
Go get it, Beckett.
This will be his first appearance of the season. So his opportunity, the season debut on the mound. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Schuffelbein. That is outside. The count is now even at a ball and a strike to the Governor shortstop. Lights are on here at Clock Field. Governors are trying to finish out this ball game. They're at least 9 outs away, at the very most 9 outs away. That one will miss outside. The count's now 2-1 to Schuffelbein. 2-1 pitch. That is also outside. 3-1 to Schuffelbein. Spearfish Spartans will be in town Friday. They're playing Gillette Riders right now. They lost 9-2. Here's a ground ball that'll be up the middle. It'll be a tough play for the shortstop. The throw to first is not going to be in time. He fielded it cleanly. The throw maybe been rushed, but he had to rush it. With Schuffelbein getting up and down the line, and it'll be an infield single. And the leadoff man's on base to kick off the top of the fifth inning. And it's Porter Hunsley to the plate. So now 3 hits game for Carter Schuffelbein, who now has 5 hits in total today. And Porter Hunsley to the plate. He has the 2 RBI single in the top of the third. 1 for 3 in this ball game. Runner takes off, taken for a strike. The throw to second, not going to be close to in time. And that's going to be said quite often in the spring and summertime when Schuffelbein's stealing second. So he is now at second, counts 0-1. And it puts that 10-run lead into scoring position. And for Schuffelbein, that's already his 14th stolen base of the season. The count's now 1-1 here to Porter Hunsley. Schuffelbein leads away from second. A base hit can make this a 10-run lead again for the Govs. That'll bounce in. Schuffelbein will take off for third. The throw, he is going to be safe over at third.
Schuffelbein takes third.
Pitch in the dirt and able to get over the third base is Schuffelbein. I believe the count's 2-1, not
3-1.
So here's a 2-1 pitch to Hunsley upstairs. Nope, that was a 3-1 count.
Hunsley draws the walk.
So it is first and third now with nobody out.
Number 3. Sunshine.
First and third. Nobody out here in the top of the fifth. Sunshine to the plate. He is, so far in the game, 2 for 3 of the RBI double. Back at that top of the third inning. Hunsley takes off for second. The throw will go towards the second base bag, but the second baseman, Schuhart, was coming in on it. So he steals second without really a play at all. And it's now second and third. And the Govs can get some insurance runs on top of the 10-run lead. As Sunshine will sky this out to center field. Oakley Anderson will wait underneath it. He'll start to come in. Schuffelbein will tag. The throw will come towards the plate. It is going to be a throw now to third, and will skip into left field, and both runs will come in to score. It will be an RBI sac fly for Sunshine, and then a throwing error to the catcher to make it now a 12-1 lead for the Governors here at the top of the fifth inning.
Gets an RBI.
And there's one down now here in the top of the fifth.
Pierre scores another run on the throwing error to third.
So give
Nobody
the
on base.
second RBI of the ball game to Sunshine on the RBI sac fly.
Trip Minikukul.
And then the error charge of the catcher will be the 4th error for Huron in this second game, as the first pitch will be outside for ball 1. Trip Lindenkugel to the plate. He's 2 for 3, 2 singles. 5 hits in total today. That'll be at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. So Pierre will have some wiggle room in the bottom of the fifth inning. If they can give up that 1 run in the bottom of the fifth and still end up winning the ball game. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. As they'll try and put an end to this doubleheader in that bottom of the fifth inning. This will bounce in, and the count's now 3-1. Carter Templeton has grabbed a bat. He will be hitting for Parker O'Brien next. And we'll see if there's any more substitutions as it goes along, as this will be popped up right side. It's in foul territory, and too long of a chase for the first baseman in James. And that will drop foul. The count's now 3-2. So Carter Templeton will hit next, but Linda Kugel still at the plate with a 3-2 count. Nobody on and one out here in the top of the fifth inning, an 11-run lead for the Governors. That was a shot into left field for a base hit. The quick hands by Linda Kugel. That was a pitch inside that was able to muscle it into left field for the base hit. He is on, and now it's going to be
a pinch hitter.
Carter Templeton that will come to the plate.
Number 7. Carter Templeton.
So Carter Templeton will hit. I believe Jackson Goodman's still at the plate, or on the on-deck circle. Templeton is hitting in place of Parker O'Brien. Just one at-bat so far. He's 0 for 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's outside. Now a 2-0 count. Huron will have the top of the order in the bottom of the fifth inning, needed to at least score 2 right now to extend the game into the sixth inning. There's a line shot. There's a base hit for Carter Templeton. He's got his first varsity hit. And his first and second.
Templeton with a base hit.
Here now with one away. So
Pierre
Templeton gets his first hit in his varsity career.
Number 25, your DH.
And it's Jackson Goodman now to the plate.
Goodman.
So you probably see these guys in the bottom of the order still hit because they did not play in game number 1. This will be flown out towards right center field. That's going to get over the head of Oakley Anderson, and it will make its way out towards right center. But Linda Kugel, who's looking to maybe tag on if it would have been caught, he will have to stop at third. And it's a base hit for Jackson Goodman, and the bases are loaded.
Brings in
and said that, but now it's going to be
number 27.
Jonathan Newhart that will come to the plate.
Jonathan Newhart.
And so Newhart will hit for Alec Eilers. Eilers goes 0 for 2 with a walk. We'll see if maybe he comes back out and plays first in that bottom of the fifth inning. First pitch is a swing and a miss by Newhart. He's 0 for 2 at the plate so far. Looking for his first varsity hit as that one's upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. With the bases loaded, one out here in the top of the fifth, the Govs can give themselves a little bit more wiggle room if they are able to cash in a few more runs. This will bounce in. It starts to get away from Parker Bischoff, but not far enough away for Linda Kugel to try and score. So the count goes now 2-1. Two-one pitch. That's upstairs, and the count's now 3-1. Jaron Deal is waiting on deck. Then it will be Brecken Furman's spot, then to the top of the order. 3-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. It will get to the right of Parker Bischoff, but for Linda Kugel, that's hard to see how far that ball gets away. And again, still probably not far enough away for him to try and score. But the count's now full here to Jonathan Newhart. 3-2 pitch. That will be behind him, and that will be ball 4, and that will draw in another run. And it's now a 13-1 ball game.
Brings to the plate for Pierre, number 1, Jaron Deal.
And so now it's going to be Deal to the plate. He had the 2 RBI triple back in the top of the third inning. Also the sac fly RBI in the top of the fourth. So he can really have himself a ball game if he can find the gap somewhere as that first pitch is over for strike 1. And Hudson Schaefer has thrown less than 40 pitches going into the bottom of the fifth inning. This one will hit Deal. And so even though it was on the bounce and it still ended up hitting Deal,
Nobody saw
he will
that.
end up scoring.
Maybe one person
or end
saw
up
it.
getting the first. Carter Templeton end up slipping and
to the plate,
falling
number
down
40.
the third base line.
Brecken Furman.
And he will have a good laugh with the dugout with the rest of his teammates. As it's now a 14-1 game, but it is another RBI for Jaron Deal, his fourth of this game. As that first pitch is over for strike one. Bases remain loaded. It is Brecken Furman to the plate. We will see Brendan McCullough hit for Carter Shufflebine. The pitch will miss, and it's the count of 1-1. Here to Brecken Furman. 1-1 pitch is going to be outside, and the count's now 2-1. Brendan McCullough is waiting on deck to hit in place of Carter Shufflebine, which would be the second time that he'd be up in the inning. His spot would be up, as the count's now 3-1. And for Tice Huber, probably just going to let him eat this top of the fifth inning and try and get out of it. 3-1 pitch. That is outside. It'll be another walk, and another run will come in to score to make it now a 15-1
draws
game.
a walk. Drives in another run for Pierre. That'll bring to the plate.
And so now it will end
Number
up being
30.
Brendan McCullough to the plate.
Brendan McCullough.
Again, hitting for Carter Shufflebine. First pitch will be outside for ball one. Brendan McCullough, first plate appearance of the season. 1-0 pitch. That's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Primarily a pitcher for this Governor team. Get a chance to swing the bat here in the top of the fifth. And he will pop this one up on the right side. Coming in will be the right fielder to make the catch. Runner will tag. And it will be a run that will come in to score to make it now a 16-1 game. And a 15-run lead here for the Govs in the top of the fifth inning.
McCullough hits a fly ball to right field for a sacrifice.
So a sac fly RBI.
For the second out. Does drive
First
in a
RBI
run.
of his career.
Brings to the plate. Number 33.
And now we have Bryson Wallman to the plate for Porter Hunsley.
Bryson Wallman, pitcher from the first game.
And as you just heard, he was the pitcher in game number one. Runners are at first and third with two away. It's a check swing, but a full swing for strike one. Wallman had just one at-bat so far. Does have an RBI. That one will miss low. The count's now even at a ball and a strike. And we will also see Will Eilers potentially hit for Sutton Sunshine. As there's a slow roller, third base line. That will be foul. And the count is now 1-2 strikes. Bryson Wallman, by the way, in game number one, we'll go back to it. Through all 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, and 1 strikeout in 71 pitches. And if Hudson Schaefer does not throw 40 pitches in the 5th inning, everybody will be available for Friday and Saturday, which going into today, anybody that threw 80 pitches or more would be unavailable to throw the rest of the weekend, because that 4th day would be Saturday. But instead now you've got Wallman that's available for Saturday. Here's a fly ball to center field. Oakley Anderson is there to make the catch, and it will retire the side.
Hit into it.
Here at the top of the 5th inning.
For the third out.
But it is a 5-run inning for make that a 6-run inning for the Pierre Governors in the top of the 5th. It's a 16-1 lead. The Governors are 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep and a 10-game winning streak. Back in a minute on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
It is the bottom of the fifth inning, and the Governors, with that 15-run lead, will have an opportunity to close it out with the top of the order for the Huron Tigers. Oakley Anderson, Parker Bischoff, and Elijah Shreve. And if the Govs are able to get those final three outs, again, Hudson Schaefer has thrown just 39 pitches through 4 complete innings. He's got a good pace in this bottom of the fifth that he could be available Friday already to pitch again. Here's the first pitch to Oakley Anderson. That'll be high and inside for ball 1. And this is the tightest that we've seen games to be played in terms of Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. We've not seen 6 games be played that quickly as it counts 2-0. You know, obviously you had Sunday's games and those guys unavailable to pitch on Tuesday. But then you also look at Thursday, everybody is available to throw today. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one's fouled back, and the count's now 2-1. So this would be the first time that you would have to play 4 games where there's potential of pitchers not available to throw going into, into those days. But instead, now we're seeing a spot where Wallman might be the only guy that's unavailable to pitch on Friday. Here's a ground ball on the left side, right side. It'll be fielded by the first baseman. The throw to first, and we'll get away. And it will end up being leadoff man on base.
Anderson reaches on the air by the first baseman for the first.
An air charge to the first baseman.
Brings to the plate
now Eilers, who's back in that spot. And so the leadoff man is on base to start the bottom of the fifth inning, and it brings up Parker Bischoff. Second error for the Governors in the game, third error overall today. This will be popped up behind the second base bag. Carter Schuffelbein will move over all the way in front of Brecken Furman.
Shortstop for the first out.
And there's one down here in the bottom of the fifth inning.
Elijah Shreve.
So one down here in the bottom of the fifth. And it's now Elijah Shreve to the plate. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Shreve is 0 for 2, reaching on air to lead off the bottom of the fourth inning. He has scored the lone run. Which pretty much everybody except for Templeton is out and left. Everybody else is still the same defensively. This is fouled back, and the count's now 0-2. So you have Templeton in left, Hunsley in center, and Deal in right. Linda Kugel at third. Schuffelbein at short. Furman at second. Eilers at first. Alec Eilers and Sun and Shine behind the plate. This will be pitch number 47 from Hudson Schaefer. 0-2. There's a line shot. One hopper. Schuffelbein will throw to second and unable to be picked by Furman at second. Runner will stay at second base.
Shreve reaches on the air by the shortstop.
First and second with one away, and another error for the Governors in this fifth inning.
Left fielder, number 4, Zach Shear.
And now it's Zach Shear to the plate. So pitch number 48 coming from Hudson Schaefer. He's still one pitch away from finishing off this ball game. One unearned run so far for Schaefer on the 4 hits that he has allowed. Now is a check swing and a foul. for strike one. Coming up on Friday, we've got coverage 4:45, 5 o'clock first pitch between Pierre and Spearfish at home. Then on Saturday against Rapid City Central at 1 o'clock. It'll be all on the way here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. 0-1 pitch. That'll bounce in, and the count's now 1-1. You get a real quick look at that schedule before the next pitch comes in, even though Rapid City Central is on there twice. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-1. You get Roosevelt at home the following Saturday, and then Sturgis on Sunday. And I mean, we're closing in on the end of the year rapidly, the end of the regular season here rapidly. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 3-1. Here to Shear. That was pitch number 51 for Hudson Schaefer. 3-1 pitch from Schaefer to Shear. That one's fouled back, and the count's now 3-2. Schaefer with 3 strikeouts, looking for his 4th. And a strikeout in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th inning. Here's the 3-2 from Schaefer to Shear. That one is fouled back. And another 3-2 pitch upcoming. By the way, again, if we're able to finish off this game in the in this 5th inning, we'll be able to get you the 4th quarter of the San Antonio Spurs and the Portland Trailblazers. This will be flown out towards right field. Coming in is Deal, unable to make the catch. He'll fire into second. They got him out at second. Jaron Deal with a strong throw to shuffle behind at second base. It'll end up being a fielder's choice, and it's 1st and 3rd now with 2 outs.
Right field to second base.
And a heads-up play from Jaron Deal. The fire a strike to second.
Runners at the corners. Brings to the plate, number 33.
And it's now 1st and 3rd.
Nolan Staley.
With 2 away. So it goes down as a 9-6 fielder's choice. Here's the first pitch. Missing low for ball 1. Here to Tommy Martin. 2 outs, runners at 1st and 3rd. Governors 1 out away from a 5-inning win and a doubleheader sweep of the Huron Tigers. That will be at the knees for a strike. The count's now 1-1. Wind's starting to pick up just a little bit here at Clock Field. But we are still sitting at 68 degrees. Much different than last Thursday in Aberdeen. That one pitch is going to be taken for a strike, and now Schaefer a strike away from finishing out the ball game. And send the Governors back to Pierre happy with 2 wins. Schaefer looking for his 4th strikeout. 1-2 pitch. That one just upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. See if Schaefer's got one more in him here. 2-2 count. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch from Schaefer. Taken for strike 3, and that will end the ball game. 5 strikeouts for Hudson Schaefer. He goes 5 innings with 1 unearned run against.
Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight.
No hits, or no runs, no hits. 2 errors and 2 men left on base in that 5th inning. A 16-1 win for Pierre over Huron. Back in 2 minutes to wrap it up from Clock Field. You listen to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Stulkin Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stulkin Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
Pierre Governors will win it here in 5 innings, 16-1 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard, as the Govs will pick up the 15-run win. It was 0-0 after 2, and an 8-run third inning, followed by a 2-run fourth and a 6-run fifth. That 1-run score in the bottom of the fourth for the Huron Tigers. 16 runs on 14 hits, 3 errors, 7 men left on base for Pierre. 1 run, 4 hits, 4 errors, 7 men left on for Huron. Hudson Schaefer will get the win on the mound. 5 innings pitched, 4 runs, 1 run. It was unearned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, only 59 pitches. So he is available to pitch even on Friday already. And then we'll go, both he and Bryce Wallman, everybody will be available this weekend. Just Wallman will be unavailable on Friday, but will be available Saturday. Oakley Anderson will make up the loss. 2 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 7 runs, 4 of them earned, 1 walk, and no strikeouts. Another 3 runs scored on Zach Shear, and then 6 runs would score on Tice Huber in his 1 inning of work in that top of the 5th inning. Governors got 2 RBIs from Porter Hunsley to get the scoring started. Then 2 RBIs from Sunshine, an RBI from Parker O'Brien, as well as also getting 2 RBIs, make that 4 RBIs from Jaron Deal in the win. And then you also had Brecken Furman with 2 RBIs as well for the Governors, and an RBI for Jonathan Newhart on his walk that scored the run. And then an RBI as well for Brendan McCullough on the sac fly that he hit in the top of the 5th inning. So the Governors can produce 16 runs on 14 hits. Again, another great doubleheader for the Govs. Time of the ball game was 1 hour and 41 minutes. 10 straight wins now for Pierre over their opponents. They're now 12-4 in the season, and they're also 10-4 in South Dakota games, as they will now take on Spearfish on Friday, Rapid City Central on Saturday, as this can be a 5 o'clock first pitch on Friday, 1 o'clock first pitch on Saturday. All 4 games will be on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. That'll wrap things up for us here from Clock Field in Huron. We'll send it out to the San Antonio Spurs game coming up in just a moment. We'll say thanks to Eliza Mayer back at the station. John Winkler here signing off. It is a 11-1 win in 6 innings in Game 1 for Pierre, then a 16-1 win in Game 2 over the Huron Tigers, as we say so long from Clock Field in Huron.
You've been listening to Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Doors, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Fording Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE. Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, First Dakota National Bank, Envirotech, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, Hunsley Auto Body, Owyhee Federal Credit Union, Cone Egg, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric. Join us all season for more Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. This has been a special presentation of Riverfront Broadcasting Sports, Central South Dakota's sports leader.